What's so funny? Bro! And there's a goat. You made a goat. You made a goat.
One of these people uses the new Colgate Total Active Prevention System. It's 15 times more effective at fighting the root cause of many oral health problems. As for the other guy,
Sarah? Good luck.
be dentist ready with Colgate Total.
Content is not performing the same. The algorithm must have changed. It's like a blanket statement. That's not always true.
I have the privilege of sitting with a YouTube employee today, back on the podcast, Renee Ritchie.
I think people underestimate the power of viewer journeys. You want to think of like, if someone found my channel through this video, what's the next video that's just no-brainer for them to click on and watch?
When it comes to getting views, what's the best way to think about it in the context of understanding how the YouTube algorithm works? What has changed in terms of how YouTube Shorts work and how views on YouTube Shorts work? What is the fastest way to grow a YouTube channel to 1,000 subscribers? So what are the latest updates to the YouTube algorithm, and what are the best ways to get views and subscribers on YouTube in 2025? I have the privilege of sitting with a YouTube employee today, back on the podcast, Renee Ritchie. And Renee, the algorithm always evolves.
Yes.
Change is a big word, because foundationally a lot of things are the same, but there's some new updates that creators need to know about. What are those?
Yeah, well, just to go back for like a short second, like the algorithm tries to get better and better every day, tries to learn more and more every day. And as content evolves, the algorithm evolves. Sometimes you see creators say, like, my content is not performing the same, the algorithm must have changed, as like a blanket statement. That's not always true. What I think is happening is people see ecosystem-wide change, like they see changes on their content. Like maybe someone stumbles on them, they watch a lot of back catalog. The YouTube algorithm understands that this is the type of viewer that's interested in it. They find people who also watch the similar things. They recommend it to them. And that sort of pocket grows of like, yay, we found a new audience. And that audience pool depletes and they don't get those views anymore. Like, oh, the algorithm changed again and it went away. But really, like, I think of it like weather systems, but really it's just like strange attractors. It keeps finding new audiences. Those audiences consume or choose not to. And then it goes back to searching for more audiences.
And one of the things you mentioned was there was kind of like the full recipe, or
Yes.
just what's that update?
Yeah, so YouTube is using LLMs, large language models, and a lot of people think about Gen AI, but they're also very good at holding large sets of parameters. So for example, we can now understand more parts of a video. So an analogy a good friend of ours, Todd Beaupre, uses is before, like, maybe YouTube knew how to follow a recipe, and now it's better learning how to cook. So like if you watch a video, that video might have a bunch of different nuanced topics, and just serving you videos that are somewhat similar, you may not like them. They may not be what's interesting to you, so you might skip those, and those creators would see that in lower CTRs. So what this is doing is letting us more precisely recommend videos to the right viewer. So maybe you're watching something and we think you like this kind of food, but really you like these specific ingredients. And once we can understand this is what you want, we can give you much more specific videos to suit your tastes. So that's a better experience for you and a better audience fit for the creator.
And basically, does the creator need to do anything different in their strategy, or are you just saying essentially using large language models, which, am I right to call that AI?
Yeah, I mean, everything, AI is like a blanket term for everything. Like there's machine learning, there's like neural networks, all these things. So yeah.
And so kind of like ChatGPT is a large language model, YouTube is more precisely looking at scripts,
Yeah.
and looking at all the details that are in a video. So always fighting for better discoverability,
Yeah.
getting the right information to viewers. How should the creator think about that strategically so they can get more views?
I think this one is more on the viewer side. It's more precision. So like, do you like dance videos or do you like salsa? Because maybe we're recommending generic dance videos and you're not interested in those. Now we understand you like salsa. We're giving you salsa videos. So like the creator is not going to like an audience that's not interested in them, and the viewer is getting exactly what they want.
I got you. So ultimately, when it comes to getting views, because
Yeah.
we talk all about the algorithm, but everybody listening to this, like, I want to get discovered, I want to get more views. What's the best way to think about it in the context of understanding how the YouTube algorithm works?
Yeah, so I think it depends what stage of creator you are. Like in the beginning, like if you experiment, you can start to try, like first, of course, find what's passionate to you, or you won't be able to do it long term. But like once you find your passions, experiment, and you can go into the audience tab and see what kind of videos are resonating with your audience. And then you can make more of those videos, but also also videos that continue. I think people underestimate the power of viewer journeys. There are going to be some videos that acquire an audience, whether through search or through recommendations or through suggested traffic. There'll be videos that nurture your audience and giving them more of what they want. There'll be videos that sell products for you. But you want to think of like, someone found my channel through this video. What's the next video that's just no-brainer for them to click on and watch, and what's the video after that? And so when you're building out your strategy, think about, this is a video that's going to get a lot of interest, but immediately at the end, and I want to say, like, go watch this video for the big picture, or go watch this video for the details, and you want to give them something to relate to. The more somebody who loved the current video will love the next video, the more likely they'll click on and watch that next video. I know some people think that's constraining, like the algorithm is forcing me into something, but it's the audience. You create an audience, and it's a total cliche, but like if you look at Mr. Beast, if you want a Mr. Beast video and you see that thumbnail and you click, you know exactly what you're going to get. You will be satisfied with that video. There's no risk. But if there's a channel that sort of makes random videos, it's like a restaurant that makes random food. Like, do I really want to go there tonight? I don't know. It's a bit of a risk. Do I want to click? Oh, I'm going to go click on this other video where I know where I'm going to get. So you start to look at retention, not just in a video, but across videos.
So is that kind of like thinking about building your brand and reputation because people have a certain experience with a creator? You might have a one-off hit, but like with Mr. Beast, you know what you're going to get. If you go to In-N-Out Burger, you know what you're going to get.
Yes.
And so if people are going to, you might get discovered because someone takes a risk with you, but you want to be thinking about, how do I build a brand and follow up with a consistent experience in my videos? Do I have it right?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, and you don't have to feel trapped, because like you can grow over time. Like restaurants change their menus and experiment with things, and you can totally do that. But you want to sort of let the audience come with you. If you start giving them a bunch of things that don't really relate to them, it's like if you imagine a TV show like that doesn't have like consistent episodes. It's always a different show. It's hard to get people to watch week after week after week. And if you do want to do more variety content, think of an overarching framework that people can attach to. So you look at like Dr. Mike or Legal Eagle. They do movies, they do interviews, they do reactions, they do news, but all of it is like for lawyers or for doctors. So those people can always relate to that channel, even if the type of content changes.
So if you want to get more views this year on YouTube, you say one of the things you want to understand is psychology. How do you make something a big topic when someone doesn't think about, well, I never went to school for psychology. I don't talk about psychology with my family at dinner, but it's a big deal if you want to be a successful creator. What are the ways to think about understanding viewer psychology to get more views?
Yeah, so start just looking at the audience tab in analytics and see what is growing your audience. It'll show you like high, moderate, low, and those videos are telling you something. You can go in and look at the comments and see what people are reacting to. You want to figure out what they like about you, what they love about you, what is distinct about you that they're getting that they're not getting from any other channel, because attention is hugely competitive. There's almost infinite content and very finite attention. People have to make a lot of choices, so why did they choose you? Once you understand why they're choosing you, you can start giving them more of that love. And it's not sort of like, people don't always remember exactly what every video is about, but they remember how you made them feel. And so you want to figure out like, what feeling am I giving my audience? That'll even let you shift around in topic more, but you're still giving them that same feeling.
You're a creator yourself. What is your routine when you're planning a video and shooting a video? You grow multiple channels to hundreds of thousands of subscribers. If there was a practical for creators getting in the right mindset to create a feeling, or how some of this stuff goes into their planning so that their video ends up being a better product that ends up getting more views and creating a better viewer experience?
Yeah, so mine, I mostly cover technology. So my content strategy was driven by the news. And so there's different ways that you can play YouTube. And if you're topical, then your videos have a shorter shelf life. Like there's interest when the news is high, and then over time it dissipates because people move on to the next news story. So that's a very different path. That's like you have to start making more videos because there's new news every day, every week. It's a little bit of a grind. And I would just try to think like, what is the most interesting story of the day or of the week? And what is the most interesting angle? And then I would try to do deep analysis, because there was a lot of people covering it superficially, and I thought like my differentiator was going deeper and giving people like more explanation, not the what but the why. Like I think it's what is sort of easy, but why is a lot more hard, like more difficult. So I would sort of focus on that. But you could, like, some people do really well with evergreen videos that maybe they do them once every week, 2 weeks, a month, but that video accrues views and AdSense for months and years, several years sometimes. So you have to pick sort of what your strategy is going to be going in.
Now, some people say subscribers don't matter or subscribers are dead. Is that true?
So again, like, what is your goal? Like, I think one of the things that's really helpful on YouTube is to figure out what your goal is. Like, there are some people with low views and low subs who convert on product and make a fortune. So like, if money is your goal, maybe you don't care. But for some people, subs really matter, whether it's a vanity metric, whether they want plaques, whether they want to like be the biggest like quote unquote creator in there. Like, there's something that's affinity to them. If someone subscribes to your channel immediately, it's a strong signal that they're interested. If someone subscribed 10 years ago, they may not have watched you in 5 years. So it's really a relative indicator. I have a friend, Dave Wiskus, who says like the subscriber number is all the money you've ever had in the bank, which is an interesting number, but it's not as interesting as how much money do you have in the bank right now, which is your monthly unique viewers or your returning viewers. So I think like in terms of channel health, looking at your current viewership is way more beneficial.
Got it. And that's something that, if you're listening to this, you could go into your YouTube analytics, not just look at your total subscriber count, but look at your monthly unique viewers. That's the actual impact of your channel this month. You're saying that's a much better health metric.
Yeah, for like just your channel. But like there are vanity metrics, and sometimes sponsors care about the subscriber number. Sometimes industry events care about your subscriber number. So growing it isn't bad. It's like having the box office record, you know, like you're the highest paid actor. So those vanity metrics are important, but I wouldn't like plan your channel strategy around them.
A lot of people really want to hit that 1,000 subscriber mark on YouTube. In your opinion, what is the fastest way to grow a YouTube channel to 1,000 subscribers?
Yeah, so if you just want like max subs going up right on the angle, be consistent. Like again, like plan like journeys for your viewers. Someone comes in to watch a video, they should be able to watch 2, 3, 4 videos immediately after that. Should be able to binge you. Binging is probably the fastest way to grow a channel. So instead of just jumping around, and I don't know if we talked about this before, but like you take a channel that's help-based, and if you do how to fix your washing machine one day and how to fix your refrigerator the next week, it's very unlikely people are going to have those two problems back to back. So you're limiting, like someone who clicked on that will be recommended the next video, like I don't have a fridge problem. But if it's like how to fix your dishwasher, best parts to fix your dishwasher, how to make sure you don't need to fix your dishwasher, then people who watch those videos are going to have 3, 4 videos to keep watching.
Yeah, these are a lot of deep strategic thoughts. And if you're getting value, smash like. And if you listen on audio to the Think Media podcast, rate, review, share wherever you watch or listen. And super grateful for this community. There's some new updates to YouTube. Shorts view count has changed, mid-roll ad placement, and there's some other algorithm misunderstandings and even talking about shadow banning that we'll do a little bit later. But let's cover some of these new updates. Shorts view count revision has happened recently.
Yeah.
What has changed in terms of how YouTube Shorts work and how views on YouTube Shorts work?
Sure. So the metric previously defined as views was intentful. So like if you click on something, you have an intent to watch it. But if something autoplays or something shows up in a feed, it's harder to gauge, like, did you really intend to watch that? So previously to count as a view, you'd have to watch that for a short period of time. It could, like that period of time could change depending on the context. And we never want anybody to game the system, so we didn't give exact numbers. But you'd have to like basically click on it with your intention by watching it for a short amount of time.
1, 2, 3 seconds.
Yeah.
You didn't ever clarify the actual number, but it hit the feed. Someone watched it for a few moments. That became a Shorts view.
Yeah, absolutely. But that was sort of not the usual way that it was done, and it wasn't what a lot of creators expected. And we kept getting feedback saying it's really hard for me to judge performance of my short form videos across various platforms because you're counting views differently. Because a lot of places count views as impressions. So what we're doing now is if your video shows up in the feed, that counts as a view. We're keeping the old view metric now, and we're calling them engaged views. So you'll be able to look in YouTube Studio and see like the raw view count, which is how often you appeared in the feed, because for some people that's hugely important in terms of their reach. And then you'll be able to see engaged views, which is what we still calculate like ad rev sharing or YouTube Partner Program eligibility from.
Do 100% of creators have sight to that right now?
They should. Like, I'm not sure how long it's going to take to actually roll out all the updates in YouTube Studio, but we started rolling that out earlier.
Got it. So basically, there will be 2 view count numbers in the back end of your YouTube Studio that you can analyze when it comes to YouTube Shorts to kind of have a better understanding of performance of your YouTube short.
Yeah, so you can look at views to see how often it showed up in the feed compared to other platforms, and you can look at engaged views to see how many people, and also we have viewed versus swiped away, so you can see how many people actually stayed around to watch it versus just swiped away immediately, which is like CTR for shorts.
One of the questions on people's minds is it was announced that YouTube was going to 3-minute shorts.
Yeah.
And that has been officially rolled out, but yet I think some creators are experiencing, is it really rolled out? Is it, as the algorithm really recommending, is this thing dialed in yet? Where would you say the progress of that is?
So yeah, we did make the change so you can create, and we have the creation tools updated now, so anyone can go in and create up to a 3 minutes short. I think it's going to take time just as people create more and more of them, because the algorithms are learning and they're understanding better. And I think some people are going to like get into like, I want really quick shorts, and other people are going to be like, I want to learn more, I want to dive deeper, and they'll have longer shorts. And I think like it's important to be able to serve people both of them, so that nobody like you should be able to go deeper, or you should be able to change the channel, is like the way that it's thought of. But I think like just over time we're going to get better and better at recommending both.
So it'll be a process.
Yeah.
Now, is it true, my experience when I connect music natively and I open up my YouTube Shorts creation on my phone and I film or upload video that I shot somewhere else, that when I attach a popular song, I feel like I'm still limited to maybe 15 or 30 seconds.
Yeah, the
Is that
music
true?
hasn't changed yet.
The music hasn't changed. Whereas YouTube has a licensing agreement, right, with different music. So you can integrate properly connecting a popular song on a YouTube short. But I do feel like on Instagram, you can go longer if you're creating a reel. Is that an ongoing evolution? I'm sure as it is with every platform. Do you think that'll catch up?
Yeah, we haven't announced anything about that yet, but if you do want to go longer, like there's a variety of like music that you can license to make longer shorts with.
So you could, I mean, if you just do your own music, or if you select songs that aren't popular songs.
Yeah, or like people use a variety of services. Some of them also offer popular songs in them.
I got you too. Like maybe like a licked, or of course Epidemic Sound for other type of royalty-free music. I got you. Another update and kind of a new change to YouTube is mid-roll ad placement, and there's been a lot of buzz over this. People are kind of they were a little bit concerned previously, or people were trying to game the system, adding endless mid-roll ads that might interrupt the viewer experience. Sometimes, if you let YouTube do it, it seems like, of course, that's an algorithm, that's an AI, and sometimes it'd only be a few ads, maybe not that strategically placed. Or I've seen that maybe the way you do time codes or how long the content is, sometimes it's pretty excessive. But the big idea too was there's no guarantee that ad will play.
Yes.
Because YouTube they want to have a great viewer experience.
Yes.
So that's kind of what it was previously. You could either auto do mid-roll ads or you could manually do them. What was the change?
So over time, people started watching longer content and also watching on television, which means previously, for example, if you watched 5-minute videos, you could get 6 of them in half an hour, and that's like 6 pre-rolls. But if you're watching two 15-minute videos or 130 or like 45-minute video, you're only getting 1 pre-roll. So mid-rolls are becoming more and more important for those videos and those creators that want to monetize those videos. But like to your point, they weren't always being placed in great areas, or areas that were interruptive or would cause a viewer to dip, and just they weren't performing well in those slots. And YouTube never gave creators information about that. So like people would put like every minute or more than that, and they had no idea whether an ad was likely or unlikely to serve there, because we are optimizing for the viewer experience. When a creator places an ad, I think a lot of creators thought wherever I place a slot, an ad is absolutely going to serve there, which has never been the case. It means that those are the only places YouTube is allowed to serve an ad, because like we want creators to have that choice. Like, and if you have like a sponsor segment, you don't want any ads to play during that, or if you have like a specific like speech you're giving, you may not want someone to have an ad there. So we limit where we can place ads to those slots. So if you place a bunch of slots, there's no guarantee an ad's going to play there. YouTube's going to look at the entire experience of that viewer and determine where the ads should play. So even if you and I watch the same videos, we could get very different ad slots, ads served depending on what we watched previously, how long we've been watching, a variety of factors. So essentially it's like in the old days there was no retention. So you could do a 10-second really cringe intro and never know like you were crashing your views, and then you got in retention graphs, and now you can see, oh, maybe I shouldn't do that 10-second intro. So now you can actually see whether a slot is likely or unlikely to serve an ad. You can still choose to put those slots anywhere you want. There's always a chance an ad might play. It's just unlikely if we mark those segments. So we allow you to we want you to just fine tune those. So you can move them a few seconds, you can move them like a few minutes, try to find like a natural breaking point, which might be like a pause, it might be a change in scene, it might be like a chapter, whatever feels natural to you. And then that'll be a better audience experience. We're also making it so you can use manual and automatic mid-rolls, because we realize some creators have like thousands of videos in their back catalog, and it's just not practical. potential to go back and like tweak videos. So what I'm doing is I'm sorting by watch time or revenue, taking my top 20 to 50 highest performing videos, and I'm manually tweaking those, and I'm just leaving automatic on for the other ones. And the automatic system is going to be better in May when we switch on this new process. I think it's May 12th is the date, and it's going to be much better at finding those breakpoints than it currently is.
So May 12th, 2025 is the date where this new process will be switched on.
The new automatic ads.
The new automatic ads. Well, if you've already clicked auto, will it just change automatically of your back videos?
Yeah, so the new system is going to learn and is going to improve. And if you don't like them, you can still, like, for example, let's say auto put it in the middle of a small spot. You can still go in there and delete that segment.
So there is, for creators listening to this that are monetized, that have a library, what would you say? You mentioned a few next steps, but if you give us some next steps, there's an opportunity to make more money, increase viewer experience, and spend some time optimizing back catalog. What's the ROI for people listening to this, and what would that process look like for them?
Yeah, I think, again, like, do that sorting, because there's probably, like, if you have 1,000 videos, a lot of them probably aren't pulling views, aren't pulling revenue for you. So leaving on auto is an okay way to just, like, get incremental revenue, because maybe across 1,000 videos, it's still enough money that you wanted, but not enough that you're going to go in. And then just focus on those 20 to 50, maybe some big channels, it's 100 videos. They're still pulling significant, like, they're evergreen videos, pulling significant views and revenue, and you want to make sure that you're getting as many opportunities. But, like, as you know, like, YouTube makes money when creators make money. It's a rev share. So YouTube doesn't want to tank revenue for anybody. We want to make sure that everyone has a better opportunity to earn.
Yes, that's a awesome update. Okay, there's a lot of algorithm misunderstandings. And a lot of creators feel like the algorithm is against them. I do want to talk about some algorithm myths, but first of all, is YouTube want to help small creators grow?
Every day you want to start your YouTube channel is another day of missed opportunities and untapped potential. Here's the truth. YouTube reaches more 18 to 49-year-olds than all the cable networks combined. The opportunity is massive, and the Think Media team and I want to help you seize it. I'm excited to announce our YouTube 1K Challenge, a free 5-day event that will give you the exact blueprint to start and grow your YouTube channel in 2025. Whether you're an entrepreneur, business owner, or somebody ready to grow their personal brand, this challenge is your roadmap to success. To register, just go to tube1kchallenge.com. We're going to be doing one training session a day for 5 days, and you're going to learn how to get your first 1,000 subscribers and start earning real income. Insider strategies that make viewers want to click on your videos and keep watching. Multiple different ways to earn money from your YouTube channel, even if you have a small audience, and how to build an authentic personal brand that truly connects with people. But it gets even better. We are giving away prizes every single day of the challenge. You could win professional microphones, lighting kits, and premium content creation software. And during this challenge, you're getting access to the exact training that we offer in our $4,000 coaching program, but you're getting it completely for free, and you can start with just your smartphone. So if you're ready to turn 2025 into your YouTube breakthrough year, go to tube1kchallenge.com to register. That's tube1kchallenge.com, or click the link in the show notes or YouTube description to register for our upcoming challenge.
Is YouTube want to help small creators grow?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everyone was started as a small creator. Everyone literally started as subscriber zero. Even the biggest creators on the platform started at subscriber zero, and they went from there. And you never know who's going to be the next biggest creator on the planet. So it's in nobody's best interests to, like, artificially limit or do anything but support creators. We try to let the audience decide everything. So there's no artificial boosting of anything. I think sometimes people think certain features or certain things are promoted. It's very rare. Mostly sometimes there's not a lot of supply of something and interest peaks. And so if you're making those videos, you see a huge upswing just because there's few people making it, but then more people rush in to make it, and it sort of goes back to normal. So it can look like there's boosts and stuff, but generally YouTube wants the audience to decide like what they want to watch. Part of the experiments that we are running, though, the discovery and growth team, is taking 1 or 2 slots at the top of recommendations and finding channels that we think the viewer will be interested in that are either like low views and low subscriber channels, just to sort of help them find an audience faster. We want to still make sure they're good recommendations. There's not as much data, so they might not always be, but we want them to sort of find more data, find more audience, and help them grow.
One of the things I've noticed in my subscriber feed, and you could give me feedback on this because it also might be based on my behavior. It's based on what I click on. It's certainly topical. I watch creator economy, entrepreneurship, business, marketing. I will get big creator, and I will get small creator. And it might be under 1,000 subs, under 100 subs. View count might be only 50, 55, but I've seen view count 3 showing up in my feed. What's happening there, and what is the insight for the opportunity for someone that wants to start a new YouTube channel this year?
Yeah, I think like you want to get impressions, and the way you get impressions is making videos, but like you have to, if we have an opportunity to put you in front of what we think is like the right fit viewer, that's a faster, better way for you to get those impressions and get data on that channel. So I think the more we can do to sort of surface those things. Again, we don't want to give people bad recommendations because then you don't click, you don't find something to watch. So you still want to be in the realm of what we think you're going to enjoy to watch. But we want to give those channels a chance to find their audience faster if we can.
So what's actually happening there? It's usually me, if I'm showing topical interest, the algorithm works also off of personal viewer history and watch history.
And co-watching, like what if people who've watched the things that you've watched have also watched but you haven't?
Okay. And so that video is getting some kind of interaction, and people that have preferences similar to Sean might also be interested. And this is how anybody can start a new channel and get discovered.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see, like one of the strategies people sometimes do is go after suggested traffic, which is making videos that would be a great video to watch after like a very popular video or a very popular topic that's come up.
Yes, that's a great strategy. Now, what were some of the biggest myths you hear about the algorithm?
I think like the biggest one is always like the algorithm is out to punish me. Like if I make like this video didn't get as many views or subscribers as I wanted it to, or if I take a break, YouTube is going to hate me. If I make one bad video, they're not going to show my video anymore. And it's the same thing as before. Like YouTube wants everyone to succeed. There's no way to know what the next biggest video on the platform will be. And if we artificially limited any one video, it hurts everybody. Like it's not in the advertiser's interest, the viewer's interest, the creator's interest, YouTube's interest. So we want to give every video its maximum potential. But like at the same time, you can't force people to watch videos. So as a creator, it's our job to give to sort of like sell ourselves, because there's huge competition. Your thumbnail is going to appear there next to a Mr. Beast video or a Marquez Brownlee video or like any Call Her Daddy video, like any big creator. And if someone's scanning that page, you want them to see your thumbnail. You want to grab their attention. You want to make a topic that is interesting enough for them to click on. So I think like when you just blame the algorithm, you take away your creator power, and it's the creator power that lets everybody succeed. It's our ability to like just connect with and vibe with an audience.
What would you say to creators that feel like YouTube shadow bans channels?
Yeah, so like again, like you can go into your analytics and look. Like the vast majority of people who say that, when you ask them, they'll go in and they'll show like, look at how many views I'm getting from. They're not getting them from subscribers. They're getting them from the algorithm, from the homepage. The vast amount of views happen from the homepage, and that's regardless if someone subscribes or not. They never have to subscribe to you as long as they watch and engage with your content. They're always where they're gonna keep getting your content on the homepage. I didn't want to say always because it's competitive and someone new could come on and serve that audience better than you, and you might have to adapt and change. But theoretically, as long as they keep watching you, they're going to keep seeing your content, and that's almost like a superpower.
So YouTube doesn't shadow ban channels?
No, like there's like some people will say like the shadow ban me and I'll ask them what it is and it'll be like it's age gated, and it's because it's a mature topic, and if it's a mature topic, YouTube wants to be able to recommend things to a wide audience. Like if you're sitting with your kid in the living room on the homepage, want to make sure it's something that everyone there can watch. So there are videos that will trip things like age gating and stuff like that, or there might be videos that get copyright claimed and removed. So there's a vast majority of things where people might say, hey, my video is not performing up to my expectations, but we have like community guidelines and we have ad-friendly guidelines. We have all these things that you can go and look and see, you know, what's happening, and we'll almost always send you an email too.
I've heard that if you are somebody that's going to curse in your videos, you should not do it at the beginning.
Yeah, so cursing is not like a one glove fits all thing. Like basically, if you're going to drop an F-bomb, wait 6 seconds, like wait 6 or 7 seconds. I think one of the things that's important to realize is advertisers have agency. Like YouTube works because it carefully balances viewer, creator, and advertiser interests. And maybe like an advertiser doesn't want their ad to play, and then immediately you drop an F-bomb, and there's like, doesn't really work for me. And the thing about YouTube is that it's still relatively new. Like if you were making a musical album, you might be told, hey, if you make an explicit version, you're not going to get the same radio play. You have to choose about maybe making a clean version for if you want radio play. You don't have to take it. Or like a director, like you're making this movie, if you choose to make it R-rated, you'll get half the opening box office that like a PG-13 movie will make. You can make that choice. And I think it's the same like with YouTube. You can do anything you want. If you want ads, there's guidelines to follow, but you can do memberships, you can get sponsors. So if you really want to make something that you think is going to like affect, like get you a yellow icon, you can figure out alternative monetizations.
Yeah, that's a great insight. And picking and choosing, and there's plenty of creators. I think there's always examples where somebody will say a particular type of content's being shadow banned. A lot of times you'll find somebody else that's doing just fine with that content.
Yeah, that's good too. Like, and we have like some people who just don't like, they make the kind of videos that they don't feel comfortable putting ads on, but they have huge memberships. That just support them, and that way they can get direct support from their community, and they can make these videos without them having to make like the ethical choice of, do I want to put ads on like something that's like problematic.
So let's talk about shorts versus long form. And one of individuals' biggest question is, so let's talk about shorts versus long form. And a lot of people wonder, how do I actually get my shorts viewership transitioning over to long form? A while back, YouTube created, I believe it's called related video. That connects to a short, so you can link a YouTube short with a clickable link to a long form video on your channel. But has anything else changed, or is there any ways creators should be thinking about getting shorts viewership over to their long form YouTube videos?
So I think it goes back to goals too. Like, is all you want to do drive to long form? Because there are some people who only watch shorts. So if you don't make shorts, they will just never know that you exist. So for some people, making shorts is more about brand awareness, general reach. It's why a lot of podcasts do clips, or a lot of like big creators will like have a bunch of clips out, because they just want to be better known. And they figure that it like awareness, brand marketing basically is good for them. So some people just do that. There are other people who only watch certain topics in shorts. So maybe they'll watch 30, 60 seconds of dancing or food or cooking. They wouldn't watch 15 or 30 minutes of it. So again, it's like, do you care about that audience? And you may not, but if you do, you want to maximize your reach, they're a good thing to do. If you want to bring things over to your long form, the most important thing is people won't click through because you want them to. Same way they won't click your thumbnail because you want them to. You have to make them want to. And that's a subtle difference, but it's everything. So there are some creators who like have incredible amounts of conversion rate, but they'll do things like, similar to a thumbnail, it's about how you make the audience feel. And if the audience loves you, they're in the shorts feed, they're happy, they're swiping. It's a big deal for them to move. So you have to make it worth it. So you do a video, you give them the vibe that they love. Some people throw a thumbnail on top of the button, point at it and say, hey, if you want more of this, you want to see how this ends? Like, I was watching an engineering video, and it's like, this is how the solar sail works on the satellite. If you want to see how the whole satellite works, click here. And I'm like, I do want to know how it all works. So I click through, but they make me want to. And then as soon as you click through, they reward that. The same way like a great intro rewards the click on the thumbnail and de-risks the experience, because people can click out real fast. Like, if you don't reward that experience when they click through, make it like a good thing for them, they might not stay. So you want to make sure you get their attention, same as the thumbnail, get the click, same as the thumbnail, reward it in the video, same as the thumbnail.
It does feel like to do shorts to long form well, my experience, it's been storytelling. It's a good short that story tells to open loop to the expanded story in a future video. And so that's architected. I would imagine creators, you can maybe do it later, but if you think about it, like as you're listening to this podcast, okay, that's in our program, we talk about like reverse engineer. Always starting with the end in mind, because the more you're thinking about, okay, if this makes it all the way to shorts, what's the narrative, the packaging, title, thumbnail, what's the long form, what's the short form, what's the story arc? And then of course, once you're in editing, or you can do some tweaks later, but the sooner you start with the end in mind, usually the better your results, and
it's a little careful balance, because the short has to be standalone too. Because it has to be a great experience. If it's not, people are going to feel like, well, like the short won't become popular, which means there won't be as many people to potentially click through. So you want to be able, like in the loop theory, you want to be able to open and close the loop for the short, but open up a bigger loop that can only be answered if they click through. And you want both those things sort of working like an A/B plot.
Yeah, that's really good. The loop theory. Okay, as we land the plane, I do want to talk about tactics for what everybody wants, more views and subscribers. But one of the frustrations that I hear a lot of people talking about is, oh, YouTube is saturated now. What would you say to the claim that YouTube's too saturated, it's not worth trying?
I think like there's always opportunity. Like you could have said like movies are saturated or television is saturated, but there's always like there's always a new medical drama, always a new law drama, there's a new way to reinvent those things. I think that's the same thing on YouTube. Like what makes you different? What makes you interesting? Like if you're just going to copy what somebody else does, unless you can do it so significantly better that people will just rush to you, it's probably going to be really hard. But if you can figure out what makes you uniquely your own, I think there's just unlimited possibilities. I think like the discovery systems are way better now. I think you can learn from the experience of people like you. Like when I started in 2008. There was no one like you to learn from. And so you had to like make all your own mistakes. You had to reinvent the wheel over and over again. And now, yes, there's more competition, but there's also so much more information to learn from. So you get like a boost into that pie. And then I think just start iterating and seeing what makes you you, and you'll stand out from a crowd.
Okay, so if you were to give, it's 2025, the landscape does change.
Yeah.
Competition goes up, down. There's more opportunity. There's AI now. There's more tools. There's
Yeah.
more education. There's also more competition. So you have to play the current environment. If you were coaching a friend that wanted to start and grow a YouTube channel, what would be kind of like your 1, 2, 3 for YouTube success?
Yeah, so I would start by like making 5 to 10 videos that are on the subject that you're passionate about, so you'll continue making them, and try like a variety of different formats. Be a viewer. I think like the most valuable thing a creator can do is be a viewer. Go out on YouTube, see what interests you, see what's working, what formats. Like there are formats like 1 to like 1 million, and you can do 1 to 100. Like there's like, or like I tried. There's a lot of formats.
Yeah, explain what you mean by what a format is.
Yeah, so there are ways that people put together a video. It's almost like on television, there's like a procedural, which is like two detectives investigating something, and every episode is like that. Right now, very popular on YouTube is like, I tried every hamburger, I tried every French fry, I tried every airplane, I tried every video game. There's like someone who has some expertise in that topic, tries a variety of things and rates them. There's also like the 1 to 1 million or like 1 to 100, where somebody again who has some knowledge of the thing, or it's just an exciting thing, tries a variety of escalating versions of that thing, from like super cheap to like really luxe experience. And you like this versus that, like amateur versus professional. There's a variety of popular formats, and you see those by like just looking at popular videos on YouTube. See if any of those relate to you. Like don't copy them, but see what inspiration you can give. And like there's talking head videos, explainers. I sit there and explain a topic that I'm an expert in. Find people who are doing that really well. Find a few of them, see what's similar to them and what's really resonating with you. Make like 5 to 10 videos. Post those. See what's resonating. Like again, see what video's getting the most views, the best comments. Lean into those. Make videos that the person who just watched that video would love to watch, and then keep making those videos. Very few people blow up immediately. It's very rare. So take that time and like figure out every video what I can learn from this video. Don't just post and move on. It's not just repetition. It's conscious repetition, where I used to journal. Every video I would write down the things I didn't like. I would pick one of them and I would iterate until I thought I got like diminishing returns. Then I'd pick the next thing. And you keep watching other people and see like what are they doing that's interesting, and you see how you can incorporate that, and then just keep iterating. If it stops working, figure out what's wrong, go back, try again, like working your way through a maze. If it is working, just keep doubling down on it and get better every day, every video.
So step 1, do 5 to 10 videos.
Yeah.
Step 2, see which of those 5 to 10 videos resonated the most, comments, views.
Yeah.
And then be consistent. Double down on that, but continue to iterate.
Yes.
I've noticed creators seem to get stuck. I have a lot of people that will come in our community and they'll say, 1 year ago, 2 years ago, my views were here and they've dropped. What's wrong?
Yeah.
What do you think, without even knowing the specific situation, what's typically wrong?
So there's 3 things that I identify quickly. One is that a lot of people just go to analytics and they see the month view and they don't change it. So change that to 3 months. See if you had like a viral video, because if you're only seeing the tail end of that, your views are dropping. But really what happened is you had an outlier performance and your views have gone back to hopefully above normal, but pretty much normal, and you're taking that as a dip. Also look at like 3 years and see if there's seasonality, because it could be like when sports seasons start or stop, when school starts or stops, when the holidays start or stop, you always go down or up, and you can make plans to bulk record or take vacations around those times, but you won't think like my views are just dropping. And then the third thing is go to the tab. You can either go to trends and look at YouTube trends, or you can go to the audience tab, look at what other other videos and other channels your audience is watching, because there could be new competition who are doing things in a fresh and interesting way. Like the audience never stops, so you can't stop either. And it's not meant like in a grind way, it's meant like a creativity way. Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results, but also doing the same thing over and over again, expecting the same results doesn't work either. So you have to keep asking yourself, what are other people doing? And don't copy them again, but like think of like, how can I be even a step ahead of them?
That's the number one thing I notice, is that the expectation that 2 years ago you were getting a certain result, you're still doing the same thing today, and you're still expecting your views to be that. You got to reinvent yourself. You got to stay on that cutting edge. Well, I do have one final question.
Oh, just kind of like, that's not a YouTube thing. Like it's very like bands to get multiple hit albums, to have multiple seasons of a hit TV. Like most TV shows start patterning out after a few seasons. Movie franchises, like it's hard to keep reinventing yourself, and sometimes you have that dip, which is what forces you to do the reinvention.
It's rare for a musician. There's lots of one-hit wonders.
Yes.
Or they have one-hit album. They maybe have a sophomore that does all right. But those that reinvent themselves over 5 decades, multiple decades, and continue to find relevance, and perhaps actually drift into maybe not obscurity, but just core fan base. The majority feel like they disappeared for a while, but they survive, they maintain core fan base, but then they might come back. And if they can recreate multiple arcs of success, it comes back to this idea of reinvention, staying creative. I do want to talk about probably some inside YouTube tools and analytic tools at the end on our final kind of section. But if anybody wants to follow you, connect with you, where can they follow you? We'll link it up in the show notes.
At YouTube Insider on all the social platforms.
And at YouTube Insider, that's you. And then the YouTube channel, people should be Creator Insider.
We have Creator Insider and YouTube Insider and YouTube Creators. It's not confusing at all.
So there's 3 different channels.
But mostly of my videos are on Creator Insider or YouTube Insider.
Why is there 3 channels?
It depends on the audience. Like Creator Insider is really run by the product team, and they want to give you all the updates on product. But with YouTube Insider, I want to go a little bit more into content strategy.
Okay. Awesome. So we'll have a full stack in the show notes. And also, if you got value out of this episode, if you want to head to the YouTube version and you're not on the YouTube version, leave us a comment, leave us a question, because Renee and I connect every 3 to 6 months and would love to answer your questions about algorithm, about YouTube. And then also, if you got value today, like, rate, share, review, wherever you watch or listen. I actually do want to unpack. In the back end of YouTube, you mentioned one feature. Similar audiences watch channels, similar audiences watch videos. And I want to talk about the research feature, which is now called inspiration.
I think we have both now, because like research will give you more search-based and inspiration will give you more AI-based.
Okay, so let's break it down. So these are some powerful tools on the back end of YouTube that any creator can use to get more views. One is similar audience watched in regards to channel and videos. How should creators be using this?
I think like it's a way to see like if there are any blind spots, because like you might have a bunch of ideas, but your audience is also watching these other videos, and maybe they're a topic you haven't done before. And again, you put your own spin on it, but it's just like an opportunity. It might be like the packaging that seems attractive to you. Like you always think we know stuff, but the best way to actually know something is to keep testing it. Like keep holding yourself honest, you know, because like maybe your thumbnails have gone stale. Maybe you've missed something big and that your audience really enjoys. And that's a great way to see what they're actually clicking on and watching.
So these are free tools. It's just right in your analytics. The key is to go in now. Do you know how big your channel needs to be to even get these metrics?
It varies because it depends. Like, so you can have like smaller subscribers but more views, more stuff. So it just like it needs a certain amount of data, and then it starts showing you those things.
So if you're a brand new channel, you might not be seeing this feature. But if your channel's established, you could go into your YouTube studio. What's powerful here is, what would you recommend? Set aside some time on your calendar to go look at it and expose yourself to other channels your audience is watching. That's going to give you a lot of insights. But also to look at the videos and the channels, like you said, what are they doing? What are their topics? How's their storytelling, editing? How's their thumbnails? You could do a surface level look into this, but if you actually take some time to analyze, like what would you do if you were to set aside, make a cup of coffee, set aside a few hours on a Saturday and really do like a methodical research process? What would you do?
So the first thing I do is like try to watch YouTube, not like what I like, but just like YouTube as a job. Like I go in there and I spend an hour, I try to do that every day. Some days it's hard, and just see what's popular on YouTube. And it doesn't mean like the biggest creators, but there's all sorts of like really interesting trends. Like there was Cozy Comfort, where people were watching like long form leatherworking and woodworking woodworking and camping, and just I want to see what's interesting on YouTube because there's maybe something I can learn and apply to myself. Maybe not, but like I want to see what's successful because there's different genres, there's different ways creators are doing it. What's like Ryan Trahan doing that's really interesting to me as a tech YouTuber, for example. Then I also try to look at what you were talking about, like look and see what other videos people are making, what blind spots I might be having. One way to think about it is it's not going to be great. Like it's going to spark ideas, but like one of the worst things for a creator is like the blank page. I have no idea what to do. I don't know what title to use. I don't know what thumbnail to use. So if you go into like research, you can see like what queries are people asking that are similar to what's on my channel, but nobody's really serving them yet. And maybe it's not a great opportunity. Like for me, it would sometimes be, oh, there's not enough content about the 5-year-old iPhone. And I'd be like, well, I won't make that video. I totally understand that it's a search gap. It's not for me, but oh, maybe I could do like, is it the right time to upgrade? So it sparks those ideas. The research tab is similar. Like you can start going through there and exploring like what videos could I make? I'm a travel creator. I've done these. What's another place I could go to? And maybe it gives you 3 or 4 ideas. Maybe one of them like vibes with you. Maybe none of them do, but you're like, oh, that's not a right fit. But I just realized if I went to the next country over, that would be great. So a lot of it is just meant to be sort of like your jamming partner that you can just go back and forth with. Because not everybody has like you on speed dial, but they can go in there and get like a bunch of information to be more or less helpful to them.
So then to be clear, you have these are free tools as well that YouTube has added. Research has been there for a while. That's kind of SEO keyword based.
Yeah.
Search terms,
Trendy
topics,
things,
trending things. Inspiration's newer.
Yeah, inspiration is basically understanding like the data that YouTube has and being able to sort of have a conversation with it. So it'll recommend titles for you. It'll recommend thumbnails. It'll do like if you wanted to draft up like a script for you, it'll give you like bullet points for a script. And again, like probably not great, but probably a starting point if you're looking at a blank page. You're like, oh, now I know what I want to do with my thoughts.
I've also seen it has a view predictor that says like likely to get a lot of views on your channel, kind of like a high, medium, or low.
Yeah.
And so you can sort of validate the idea before you invest energy into it.
Yeah, and again, like maybe your gut's telling you something different, but it'll give you like a good shot on what to invest in. And maybe sometimes, like again, goals, the smaller audience is super important, and you know they're going to convert better. So like I don't want to make this big thing that gets a lot of views. I want to make this small thing that sells a lot of product. So like you can balance all those interests off each other.
Yeah. So these are some cool tools. To be clear, go into your YouTube analytics. You've got similar, your audience also watches these channels. Your audience also watches these videos. You've got the research tool and the inspiration tool. And this is a good reminder for every listener to update your YouTube app and to make sure you've downloaded the YouTube Studio app or updated it, because there's always new features. And some of those is a little bit different on desktop. Sometimes there's more nuance on desktop in terms of how those tools work.
Advanced analytics.
Advanced analytics is on desktop, but on the app is the inspiration tab as well.
Yeah.
And I've noticed the experience is sometimes different. It actually seems the inspiration tab on my YouTube Studio app kind of leans shorts. And versus the desktop version of the inspiration app.
Yeah, I think it's trying to meet work creators where they are, and like a lot of shorts creators are mobile first, sometimes even main app first, so they don't even look at Studio.
Totally.
So we want to make sure the tools are where the creators who use them most are most going to find them, at least at first. We want to eventually get everything to parity, but there's always like trade-offs to be made.
Well, Renee, thank you for adding so much value to our podcast and our community and Think Media Podcast. Like, rate, share, review wherever you watch or listen. My name is Sean Cannell, your guide to building a profitable YouTube channel, and I can't wait to connect with you in a future episode.
Lifesavers gummies. Up the wow.
You are not too old to start YouTube.
Definitely a woman of a certain age. They may not want to hear what I've got to say.
What doubts did you have about starting YouTube at age 64?
Whereas there's things you have to offer, you ask yourself, well, is there anyone out there who really wants to hear it?
What are the ways you've earned money from your YouTube channel?
Sean, that one video made me $4,000.
What advice would you share with me as far as starting YouTube in my 60s and my 70s? Today, you're going to be discovering the process that a 73-year-old former nursing professor used to start and grow her YouTube channel and create multiple streams of income. Today, she has 88,000 subscribers, but she didn't start there. And so we're going to be learning the tips of how she went from zero to getting her channel monetized without any fancy tech skills, the strategy behind some of her successful videos, and why starting YouTube after 40 or 50 or 60 is actually your secret advantage. You're also going to be learning the exact mindset shifts needed to succeed on YouTube and the pitfalls that stop a lot of creators before they even start. Denise Jordan is a retired nursing instructor who built Homemaking with Denise, teaching traditional skills to today's modern families. With over 88,000 subscribers and millions of views, she's proof that it's never too late to succeed on YouTube. She started out with a little bit of this and a little bit of that, not knowing exactly what her channel was going to be about, but later discovered what truly resonated with her viewers, and that was homemaking content. And over the years, she has evolved her channel and found multiple different ways to monetize her content while she is inspiring a community of people and building her channel and her audience. So we're going to be diving into her step-by-step advice. Denise, welcome to the podcast.
Hi, Sean. Thank you so much for having me. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here.
So I'm excited to share your 4 quick tips in just a moment, but can you just give us a overview of when did you start and kind of the quick journey from 0 to now 88,000 subscribers on your channel?
I believe I started my channel in 2017 or 2018, somewhere around in there. And at that particular time, I was joining a bunch of collaborations and building a community of acquaintances on YouTube. So I was doing a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and we were helping each other to grow. So that was one of the things that I quickly did to get started. And it turned out to be the right thing for me at that time.
So when you say you kind of started by, how'd you find people? You're doing collaborations, you were meeting people online?
I would find people online, or maybe someone would say, I'm going to host a collab on doing a tablescape. If you want to join, you can join here. So I found collaborations like that, and I would join them, and I would do all these different things, and my channel was absolutely crazy, but it helped me begin to build an audience, and it also helped me begin to build a skill set.
And where did you meet these individuals if people wanted to find communities like that?
I just met them online. You would see there was a collaboration. Sometimes on the community tabs, you would see them there. And as you got to know, when you would leave comments in different people's videos, they would say, gonna host this collab, gonna host that collab, and you're welcome to join. So you found information in comments as well.
So you were watching other creators, discovering channels, engaging in the comment section, and really being a part of the YouTube community itself.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You've got to watch YouTube. You've got to watch other creators. And then the engaging was what helped me to build community and to learn what was working and what was not, and what was working for others. And I thought, if she's doing that and it's working, maybe I could try it.
And so today you're at 88,000 subscribers at 73 years old. And so you've been out at this for pretty consistently since 2018. So about 7 years.
Yes, very consistent. And when I say consistent, I would do at least a video a week. Sometimes I would do 2 videos a week. Sometimes I would participate in beta. Video every day in April, video every day in August. So it really helped me to build a community of, not a community, but a library of videos. And also it helped me practice the craft.
Where was this fire and energy coming from? That's a lot of energy. You're running circles around some of these Gen Z creators out here without any work ethic. Where did this, sometimes a video every day can sound intimidating. How'd you pull that off?
I don't know. When I look back on it, I don't know. But I think, though, when I started YouTube, I just wanted to have fun. And so this was fun for me to do that. And it just gave me something to do in my spare time. And I knew that I was going to be looking to retire soon. And I was thinking YouTube might be one of the things that I'll do in my retirement.
I love the vision. Okay, well, you have so many tips to share, and I have a lot of questions for you, but I do want to start off with kind of 4 immediate tips that someone that is maybe 60 plus, they could be any age, but they're thinking about starting a YouTube channel today, and they're 40, 50, 60 years old. You shared 4 tips before we press record. Number 1 is believe in yourself. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, I think you have to believe that you have something to offer and know that there are people out there that want to hear your voice, that need to hear your message, and prepare yourself to do that.
I love that tip. And there's also something about life experience for creators that are not 20-year-old life coaches. Expound on that a little bit about maybe the importance of getting into YouTube in, legacy generation or a little bit older.
Well, the thing about doing it as a legacy creator, as you suggest, is that been there, done that. So like I always say, I'm in the homemaking space, and I always say, I'm not a 35-year-old blonde doing the mommy life. Been there, done that. Didn't have blonde hair, but I did have red hair at one time. So, but I've done all those things, and now there are so many young people out there, young homemakers, who maybe did not have the benefit of that mom or grandmother in the home, or they didn't stay home long enough to learn some of those lessons, or didn't care to learn those lessons while they were at home. Now they're in a different life situation, and they're ready to learn. So I'm the teacher that's presenting myself. They're ready, I'm the teacher.
So number 1, believe in yourself and be confident that what you have to share is important because you have life experience. Number 2, niche down. You want to narrow down your topic. Expand on why this is important.
Well, you narrow down your topic so that you can provide the information that people want to hear. And the only way to find out what your topic is, I think, is to try a few different things. But then as you look at your comments, you look at the questions that you get, then you begin to think, so this is what they want. And I remember when I was starting out and I was doing a lot of those crazy DIY projects, I didn't get any questions or comments, many about those. But when I would do videos on something related to homemaking, something related to laundry, something related to family, I got lots of questions about that. And I realized this is the content that people want from me. And then the other thing that I started to get was that I started getting people leaving comments, asking questions, asking, Miss Denise, can you explain this? Miss Denise, can you explain that? And I thought, when did I get that old? And then I realized, okay, I've crossed that threshold where now I'm considered an elder with wisdom, so to speak. And in the African American community, it's a certain status. And I thought, okay, so not only do they want to hear this message, they need to hear this message from me. So that's where I'm at.
I like this. So I kind of heard you say, start on YouTube, and it's okay to try some things, but then make sure you listen to comments, because maybe some things nobody really responds to, other videos really resonate, and you want to pay attention to that. Then also listen to the questions, and then also watch for patterns in the videos that do well, and then you're dialing in your channel over time. So how would you say, from starting in 2017, 2018, how long it took to maybe get a little bit clearer? Because you're giving us this great advice right now, saving us time and pain and getting us to the goal quicker for anybody listening to this. But you still went through a process yourself. That's maybe you don't know your niche from day one, so you're experimenting at first, but then you are willing to sort of maybe throw away the topics that don't work as well and then dial into the ones that do and sort of figure out your niche. How many years did that take?
That probably took me about maybe 3, maybe 4 years, because when I first got started, especially as I started to really figure out this YouTube thing, there were so many things that I wanted to do and so many things that I wanted to talk about. So I called my channel This and That with Denise Jordan, so I could talk about a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And I realized, though, that the more things that I talked about, I won't say the fewer views that I got, but I was still getting comments about certain things. And I realized that what was sticking, what they wanted to hear about, was they wanted to hear about things related to the home. And those were things that I knew about because I'd made and kept a home for more than 50 years. So it was an expertise that I had to share.
This is a huge epiphany. And on the one hand, listeners might be like, whoa, that's a long time to commit to something. But I think it's also encouraging that if we don't find our voice or we don't narrow our niche or really dial in our thing for 1, 2, 3, 4 years, that's okay. And that also just might be what it takes to reach success. It's part of the process. I mean, you have 88,000 subscribers. You've earned thousands of dollars from YouTube. And I'm excited later in the episode to even be talking about the different ways you've monetized and, the income you've created. But it speaks to also the work you've done. You put in hustle, diligence, persistence, and patience and in the early days that eventually kind of got you to a rebrand of your channel, changing it from This and That, which is sort of this general name, to the specialty of homemaking. And it makes me think of the quote, it's better to be a meaningful specific than a wandering generality. And there's a lot of people out there on YouTube that are wandering generalities. But when you kind of cut through the noise being a meaningful specific, even if it takes time to figure that out, there's something so powerful about that. Before we go to number 3, are there any other thoughts on this idea of niche down?
Well, the other thing, too, is that you have to run your own race. So when I was looking at other people doing other things, and I want to try some of that, and I want to try some of this, I realized that wasn't my race to run. And when I was niche down and doing the things that I enjoyed, but also people were asking for, my channel really began to improve.
I fall into the same trap of sometimes I'm a creative person, I have a lot of creative ideas, and I watch other channels, and then you maybe get inspired, and then you start doing, you want to do what somebody else is doing, or you're like, oh, I want to do that too, or you incorporate that, which if the inspiration is good and fits for you, then that's great. But also run your own race. Such a great piece of advice. Like, kind of know what your lane is and stay in your lane. Okay, so we've covered number 1, believe in yourself. Number 2, niche down and narrow down your channel, even if it takes time. Number 3, invest in yourself. Skills, how to present on camera. Expand on why this is important.
New Halo Top with mix-ins in every bite is Halo Top like never before. With 8 creamy and decadent new flavors, layered with deliciousness and still half the calories. So you can ice cream like never before.
Missing teeth isolated me from the world. I trusted Clear Choice, and you gave me back my smile in one day.
Say seeing is believing, but with Stearns & Foster, that's only part of the story. We handcraft every Stearns & Foster using the finest materials like indulgent memory foam and ultra-conforming IntelliCoils for a beautiful mattress and indescribable comfort every single night. Stearns & Foster, what comfort should be.
Find the perfect Stearns & Foster for $1 a month for the first 3 months at Mattress Firm. Shop Mattress Firm in-store or online today.
Last month's massive solar flare added a 25th hour to the day. Businesses are wondering, what should we do with it?
Bacon and eggs, 25/7.
You're darn right.
Solar stocks are up 20% with the additional hour in the day.
Ruined. With the extra hour, I'm thinking a PY power nap. Let's put it to a book.
This is going to wreak havoc on overtime approvals.
Anything can change the world of work. From HR to payroll, ADP designs forward-thinking solutions to take on the next anything.
Well, especially if you're over 60, there may be some skill sets in regards to tech that you don't have, depending upon what your professional career area is. And so for myself, when I began to investigate video, we were starting to use video more at the university. Well, I didn't know how to create video, so I would go over to what we called Studio M, which I realized probably stood for Studio Media, and learn how to create video there. And I would go every day. Sometimes I'd go, a couple times a day, depending upon what time I had available, and I was trying to create this small piece maybe for class. And then I would practice whatever I learned in the studio for class over the weekend and practice that for YouTube. So I invested in learning how to create video. And I will tell you, Sean, I think that sometimes when I would walk in the door, they would like, oh God, she's back. You know, it's like, because I didn't know, but I learned. And I learned on Adobe Premiere, which is probably one of the ones with the steepest learning curve, but that's the software that the university had. That's what they taught. So that's what I had to learn on. And it worked out well for me. I can create video, I can edit. So I invested in myself in that way. The other thing was I bought a course called VRA to help me also learn some of the ways to not only create videos, but kind of how to put things together. What are some of the things that I need to do other than just throw a video on the platform? So I invested in myself to learn how to do some of those things. So I would encourage someone that is just learning this skill set, because YouTube is no joke, to learn the process, learn the ins and outs, because YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, they're all different. And you have to learn what works for each platform.
Man, that's great advice. And it's inspiring because sometimes there's even stats that speak to once somebody leaves high school, they stop learning kind of. They stop reading, they stop learning, they stop expanding. But it's so inspiring to hear about how you continue to invest in yourself and skills, and necessary with something like YouTube, which a couple resources for listeners. You know, this is our Think Media podcast channel where we're recording this episode. But on our main channel, Think Media, we have all kinds of free videos that will help you learn video editing. Adobe Premiere, as Denise mentioned, is actually, that's a tough one to jump straight into. But also, it's a good one. You could, if you can get your hands on a Macintosh or something, you might use something like iMovie, which is included, or Final Cut 10. But we'll link up some resources in the show notes of this episode that you can study for getting cameras, editing, all of that stuff on the main channel. And then the course that Denise is referencing is our main program called Video Ranking Academy, which is just our comprehensive YouTube course. So if you're interested in that and you want to learn a little bit more, we'll link that up in the show notes as well, or you can go to vrapodcast.com and you could check out more about that. So you talked about, number one, believe in yourself. Number two, niche down. Number three, invest in yourself. And then number four, be okay with criticism. Expand on this.
Well, you are going to definitely get criticism when you put yourself out there as a public platform, and everyone is not going to like what you do, especially when you're first getting started. And I think about that mac and cheese video that I did, that did very, very, very well. But I got some of the nastiest comments on that video. And one of them had to do with, oh, she didn't taste it, so it was probably runny. It probably didn't turn out well. Well, I didn't know that you were expected to taste it before you left the video. And I was actually having people coming over for dinner, so I didn't want to hold out the middle of it. Well, you better believe I don't make that mistake again. But it was kind of hurtful to hear some of those comments. So you have to grow kind of a thick skin. And I think the other thing in regards to criticism is that you just have to take it with a grain of salt. Like for some of it, it is well meant. They'll leave nice comment. And some people come on YouTube or other platforms, and because it's anonymous, they can leave negative comments. And so you just have to be prepared to deal with it and decide how you want to deal with that. I don't mind criticism, but if people are just being nasty, I just delete them because I don't want negative vibes on my channel. We can talk about something we disagree on, but if you're just trying to be a troll, I'm just going to delete it because I don't want to have to deal with that. There's enough other things we can talk about.
That's a great ethic. And I think a few things to unpack is there is the ability to filter comments. So you can, if you're starting to get certain words or things that people are talking about in the back end of YouTube, you can identify some of those words so those comments actually get held sort of in this spam category. You also can select the level of filtering and how aggressive the filtering is. that will also move comments into that spam category as opposed to letting them be auto-posted. You also can turn off comments altogether. Not something I recommend because I think YouTube is a community platform. But I also, before I go a little bit deeper into this, I want to ask you, what about the positive though? Because I think this is so true, and listeners should prepare to have thick skin. But also, what about the positive and the impact that you've made on YouTube and the feedback you've heard?
Well, one of the things that probably the most positive comment that I get is that I have taught them how to do something, how to improve something in their home, something that they didn't know how to do. And it really makes me feel good that I've made a positive impact on someone's life. They didn't know how to clean a particular area in their home. Now they do, or they just have more confidence to try things. I enjoy that. And so I think that's definitely something that's positive. And then the other thing is the comments that people leave inspire me. Well, okay, so then maybe I need to do another video on a similar topic, and I can talk about this, or I can talk about that. And then one of the other things that I do is answer specific questions, because people will leave questions and then I can answer those. I do a lot of those in my Laundry Lab shorts, where I will answer a question that someone asks. So that's a positive way, not only for me to grow my channel, increase my content, but also to be of service.
Yeah, I love that. And I think I would love listeners to just get a vision for this as well. While you certainly got some nasty comments even, 88,000 people have clicked the subscribe button, which speaks to people that, you know, are affectionate or fans or want to continue to hear from you. And you've gotten 7.2 million views over that. So if you're going to have that much reach, I know personally, I'm a small town kid. You know, I grew up in Arlington, Washington, an hour north of Seattle. I think the current population, I mean, in my mind, I think it's got to be bigger than this, but it's like less than 20,000 people is what it says online on like Wikipedia. And so I think this whole YouTube thing is fascinating. Just exposure to over 7 million people that have viewed your content. Of course, some of them are going to maybe not be the kindest, or have had a bad day, or sometimes I think when people, they'll say things on the internet they would never say to your face, but just because there's sort of a depersonalization. Well, I love your advice that we just need to be prepared for it. And, you know, for listeners that might think, well, oh man, I might get some negative feedback. Well, for sure you will, but also think about the positive impact. And I really percentagely, I can't think it's not that high. I mean, you've gotten 7 million views. You've impacted a lot of people, and a lot of people just don't say anything. They take the information, you never hear from them, but you're making an impact in their lives, even though they might not be saying it. Any final thoughts on this point?
Well, here's the other thing too, especially for a couple of negative comments that I got, I would just say, you know, I appreciate your frame of reference. I'd be interested in looking at your video where you're showing me how to do this better. And don't hear anything else.
Calling them out, because typically the armchair quarterback that's got opinions on how the professional sports team is playing the game is not necessarily in the game themselves. Chances are they are not. And so that is I like that response. And so, okay, well, these are great quick tips. I want to unpack your journey a little bit more. And I'm actually kind of curious, specifically your background as a nursing professor. You mentioned a little bit about getting into video even in your career there, but maybe your career in general. Like, what are some of the things that from your background in general that prepared you for the skill sets needed to create content?
One of the things that really helped me was I taught at the university level. So you had to, you know, you're doing adult education. It's not high school. You know, these are adults. Sometimes you wonder if they're still in high school, but these are adults. And then you learn how to present information in a logical manner. You know, there's a beginning, there's a middle, there's an end, or you learn how to be succinct. But it just prepared me to be able to, not only that, but research, because you have to do research to prepare lectures and different things like that. Or maybe you're working on different projects for your university or for class. So I learned how to research different things as well. So that was something that was helpful. And then, of course, learning to use video. And learning to use video was really important, because you can talk about something But when you can actually show it on video, it makes such a huge impact.
So expand on what you mean there. In your videos, it's you maybe in your kitchen presenting information. You've researched ahead of time, structured the information. You're delivering that content. But then when you say show it, it's not just you talking. What you'll do is you'll edit in clips that are demonstrating what you're talking about. Explain that process and how you do that.
So, for example, let's say we'll go back to the mac and cheese video. I'm making mac and cheese. So I'll maybe be throwing up whatever the ingredients are on the screen, but I will run around the kitchen and I will rearrange my camera and I will point it down so that as I'm pouring the macaroni into the pot, you see the boiling water. If I'm adding the milk and the eggs into the bowl, I've rearranged the camera now and I'm pouring it down so you can actually see that. Probably one of the ones that I really got a lot of thank yous for that was when I did one of my Thanksgiving marathon videos, and I rearranged the camera so many different times so that when I'm actually mixing up the dressing, you can see the down into the bowl and you can see the texture that I was trying to get. And then I was able to pour it into the bowl. And then I showed me pouring whatever broth or whatever on top. So I bring it in close enough that they can actually see what I'm doing. So rather than just saying, okay, so now what you're going to do is you're going to add this, you're going to add that while I'm talking about it. And it could be a voiceover, it might not. I'm actually showing them how to do it. My latest video was how to load a dishwasher. Something very simple, but a lot of people don't know how to do that. And so I rearranged the camera different times. You could actually see me putting the plates on the rack, how not to nest the spoons, so that they're like, oh, when they say, don't nest the spoons, that's what that means. Or in so many recipes, it'll say season to taste. And so what I will show is I'm sprinkling in the seasoning, then I will take a fork or a spoon and I'll taste it. And then I might add some more. Oh, that's what it means, season to taste. It means season to my taste. Simple things like that.
That's awesome. And so I want to encourage, you broke down, it speaks to you being a master of this. It's a skill you've developed, but everything is figure outable too. It could be overwhelming filming and thinking about all the clips. And then if you edit a video, I know I've been here lots of times. I forgot to shoot a few clips and I'm like, oh man. And those quote unquote micro failures are the stepping stones to success.
Yes.
You just learn in the process. And this is going to be a staggering number for listeners. But did you know that you've uploaded 1,284 videos?
No, I did not.
That is, that's been over about 7 years, but that's a ton of videos, which I think it's an important number. It just speaks to, you could expound on this, but you love doing this. It's something you enjoy. You get to express your creativity. You're having fun. Doesn't probably mean it's not without stress or pressure, but you get to do something that's, really cool. What do you think about in terms of the process of putting in the reps, consistency, year over year, building up your skills, especially from the mindset of hearing a number like that? It's like, man, 1,000 videos. How could I compete with that? Well, we all got to start at zero. So speak to that process of how you got into this and kind of developed your content creation muscles.
And well, that's pretty much how I did that, was being consistent. Video every day in April, video every day in August, jumping in on various challenges. Maybe there was a challenge for Mother's Day and, honor your mother, and everybody's doing different videos about that. It gives you a way of just, okay, I've got to be creative. I got to make a video about this. What do I do? So you've got to create your concept. And then once you've got your concept developed, then you have to figure out how you're going to shoot it. And then you need to edit it. And how long or how short do you want it to be? And those are things you have to think about. And when you first get started, you might repeat that opening phrase, or you might do something in the video several times that you end up cutting out half the video. But again, it's just a repetition that helps you become more comfortable with it. And when you are learning something new, it's like you're back to square one on whatever that new thing is, but you're bringing those old things along with it.
Yeah, it seems like I did a little bit of math, and it's about 183 videos a year that you've posted. If we base it on 8 years,
then you're almost posting like a video like every other day. And this would also speak, I wonder if that's also, do you do YouTube Shorts?
I do. I do YouTube Shorts, and I do YouTube Shorts because they're fun, because they're short. And, I do a lot of them for my laundry lab. But yeah, I do YouTube Shorts. And I do YouTube Shorts because I want to attract more subscribers. It's a particular audience that I'm trying to get. So that younger demographics, those are the ones watching a lot of my shorts. Now, my regular subscribers will watch them as well, but I really attract a lot of the younger homemakers with those, my college students, my young men, my people who are just starting out and they need to learn how to do something. Those are the ones watching my shorts.
So I'm actually learning right now, when you go to the About page on someone's channel, which I did for you, shorts are not included in that number, but live streams are included. And you've also done some live streams. What have you done there?
For live streams, I have a bi-weekly show that I do every other Wednesday, and it is called Homemaking with Purpose. And I just present different information, interviews, tips, and things like that related to homemaking. And as a matter of fact, me and another creator will collaborate. And one week we're on her channel, the other week we're on my channel. And it's just a lot of fun. Now, live streams do make money, but the real monetization comes from long form video because, shorts, they're fun, but you really don't make a lot of money with shorts. But what I do get with shorts is more subscribers, and also my know, like, and trust factor grows with shorts as well as with my live streams. Because on the live streams, if they have a question, they can ask. And either I can answer it right then and there, or I can't. So I do the live streams to build community, and they just get to know you better. And people will come every week just to listen to, whatever it is that you have to talk about that particular week. On the shorts, they come, if I'm talking about how to wash a baseball cap, I've done a couple of videos on that. I get a lot of, there's a lot of men that need to learn how to wash their baseball caps, or their partners want to figure out how to wash their baseball caps. So I can give information very quickly in that manner.
Yes, so I'm super inspired. And actually, as I've done some math over here, I think you deserve the Think Media Award for consistency. Because if we actually base it since 2017, assuming you started in January, which maybe not even that early, but it roughly comes out until March 2025 when recording this, you've posted about 156 videos a year. That's 3 videos per week. This does not count shorts. It includes the live streams, though. And your bi-weekly show is certainly helped with that level of consistency. And this is actually ChatGPT talking. It says, which is very consistent and impressive over time. And so I have seen so many individuals that start, stop. And of course, I want listeners to hear, it's your race, your pace. You don't have to imitate what Denise is doing, what Think Media is doing, what anybody else is doing. You want to find out your own rhythm. But there is something to be said about the power of consistency and the compound effect of the lessons you learn, of the views you get, of the audience you build by doing this over time. 3 videos a week for 8 years. I want you to just really, I don't know if you've reflected on this much, but I just want to, acknowledge you and affirm it speaks to your character. It speaks to, I think, your vision, your resilience. And so it's just very impressive. And I think everybody listening to this could just be inspired to be like, I could be a little bit more consistent and disciplined, because it's a monumental feat that you've achieved. And the results that you've gotten were not by accident. They have happened because of your consistency.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So, okay, we learned some lessons from what you learned as a nursing professor, how to present info, how to do research, learning how to use video, learning how you structure videos, edit clips in. And we've discovered that everything is figure-outable. If we go back a little bit to, you're starting YouTube in your 60s. What doubts did you have about starting YouTube at age 64?
When I initially started YouTube, I started with a makeup channel. Makeup on Aisle 64 was my channel, and I was excited about learning to use makeup for women of my age. So I didn't have a lot of doubts about that, other than I had to learn about makeup because I didn't know a lot about all the different kinds. But when I pivoted to this and that with Denise, and I started doing a lot of other things, I realized I was moving into an area of some things that I didn't know very much about. So I began to think, oh, am I too old to be doing this? Because then I had to really learn a lot of new skill sets. So when I was doing a lot of those DIY videos, I didn't know sick'em about DIY because I didn't do any DIY. My husband, anything that required nails, paint, screws, my husband did all of that. I didn't do anything like that. But in the DIY videos, I had to do some of that. So I had doubts about my ability to be able to do that and make it look authentic on video. So there was that. And then as I began to talk about other things, I thought, well, gosh, I'm not a young woman anymore. I'm definitely a woman of a certain age. They may not want to hear what I've got to say. And I had doubts about that. And I think those are the challenges, I think, as an older content creator, is because whereas there's things you have to offer, you ask yourself, well, is there anyone out there who really wants to hear it? So I had about that.
Yeah, those are really, am I too old? Can I learn these new skill sets? Will people want to hear what I have to say? Is there anyone out there that will listen? Mm-hmm. And I'm sure listeners can resonate with those, and it can feel impossible, yet now you have 88,000 subscribers on the other side of those doubts. How does that feel, the transition between starting with some of those doubts and where you are today?
It feels really, really good. Now, I've got 88,000 subscribers, but I'm working to get my silver play button. I want to get that 100,000 subscribers. However, I have to remind myself, you know what? The number of YouTube creators who get to 5,000 subscribers in a 5 or 10 year period, who get to 10,000, who even get to 50,000, the number of people that get to those milestones, it's not as great as one would think. And so I have to tell myself, you have really done something pretty darn good. And it's real easy to kind of negate things that you do it because you've done it. But it's like, okay, I did something pretty darn good. I have 88,000 subscribers. I'm doing all right.
Yeah, that's a great question. It's a huge milestone to get 1,000 subscribers, to get 5,000 subscribers, to get 10,000, and then 100,000 when you get a silver play button is a wild feat. And I know we talked about this the other day in our coaching program that you're a part of, where it's like, absolutely, you're going to get there too. You're at 88,000, you're going to get to 100,000. And sometimes we look at how far we have to go, but we forget how far we've come.
Right.
88,000 subscribers is like just astronomical. It's just like crazy to imagine, the world we're living in. And just so inspiring to see what is possible with YouTube, which I do want to hear about monetization. Eventually, you reach a milestone. Today's requirements are you need 1,000 subscribers, 4,000 hours of watch time within the past 12 months. And it's like always a rolling, like that 4,000 hours of watch time has to all be contained within a year's time. And then you get a chance to apply for the YouTube Partner Program, and YouTube starts paying you for views. Do you remember when you got monetized and what that moment was like?
I'm thinking I had been having my channel probably about 6 to 8 months. I think it's been a while, but I think it was about 6 to 8 months. But when I got that first YouTube check, it was like, wow. I was so excited that I was not only monetized, and then I actually got a YouTube payment deposited into my bank account. That was just really kind of cool because, again, so many people strive for that goal and don't reach it. So I was really excited that I had made that first milestone in that regard.
Did I hear you 6 to 8 months?
I think it was 6 to 8 months. It could have been a year, but I really don't remember. But it didn't take more than a year to get monetized. Because, like I said, I put up a lot of videos, especially in that first year. So I was building the watch time. So getting the 4,000 hours of watch time really wasn't that difficult.
Yeah, it's a great, your consistency certainly helped. A year is very impressive. 6 to 8 months is even more impressive, but it also speaks to how possible this is. And I also, for those that want to learn more about this monetization aspect, there's actually, in today's world, 2025 and beyond, there's at least 6 ways to monetize directly on YouTube and 14 plus ways to earn money with YouTube. And I just updated our free class if anybody's interested. That's at Think Masterclass. I'll link that up in the show notes. And it goes into a lot of things about how to get views, how to start, but specifically the monetization side. I am curious, when did that light bulb moment click for you that YouTube could be something you're actually successful at, or that actually also provides money in retirement or things like that?
Probably when I made my first $500 on YouTube. Because it was just like, oh, I made $500 this month. This is $500 extra dollars, not $500 that I had to roll into the budget, but $500 extra dollars. You can do quite a bit with $500 extra dollars that you don't have to budget somewhere else. So it was like, man, there could be something, magical here. You just have to keep pressing on with it. So I was really excited about that.
So paint a picture for me. One, your financial situation, because you're doing YouTube, you're not depending on it to pay your bills. You're starting it as a side thing. And so if somebody especially is thinking 60s, 70s, maybe they have pension, they maybe have some financial stability. They're looking for a creative outlet, but also maybe they might have financial stability, but not much extra. So what has been your experience in terms of how you looked at YouTube? How long did it take to get to a place where you're earning $500 extra dollars? What kind of money did you invest in cameras or editing, or also the expenses to kind of build a YouTube business? And what was your mindset going into this in terms of your family's financial situation and this being extra dollars and the kind of maybe lifestyle that this has helped expand your lifestyle or your ability to take care of other family members, or however you guys, invest the money?
Well, like you said earlier, I don't use this money to run our house. We don't use it for that. So I just use it for extra stuff. So when I needed to buy a new camera, I bought the Canon M50, I think was the one you were talking about at the time. So I bought that. I burned through 2 of those. And then I ended up buying another Canon something or another you guys had talked about. So I use it to buy equipment. And that's what's really helpful there when helps pay for my Adobe Premiere software, my vidIQ and different little things like that. So as I add new programs or different things like that, I find that the money is helpful for that.
When did you earn the extra $500? Do you remember roughly what time when you're like, whoa, this is some, extra, and you're saying it wasn't that was beyond the expenses. That was beyond covering the YouTube bills, as small as they may be. It's a YouTube business, your cameras, software.
When did I earn that? Probably after my mac and cheese video hit.
Okay.
That video, I was like, whoa, what? And it kept growing and growing and growing. And it was close to Thanksgiving too. And so that's like my sweet spot, close to the Thanksgiving and then the Christmas holiday. And not only did I get $500 extra, then it was like $750, and then it was $1,000. And I'm like, whoa, it's pretty darn good. So those, that holiday time period is a great time for me because people are looking for my holiday meal videos in that regard.
Yeah, so this was November 19th, 2018. You uploaded a video, best macaroni and cheese recipe, Thanksgiving side dishes. That video went on to get 862,000 views, which, to your point, if a video gets 1 million views with a $2 to $5 CPM, which is kind of low actually, but kind of average on YouTube, then that means 1 million views on YouTube will pay you anywhere from $2,000 to $5,000. And so that video earned you thousands of dollars probably, because your CPM was, probably higher than that. And so that started 500 one month, 700 the next, money's still coming in. And then, like any other creator, we wish that every day we could post a video that gets 800,000 views, but sometimes you get a breakout video and sometimes you're kind of back to just the consistency and the discipline. But then, the final question I kind of had about this area was maybe the mindset of you and your family in regards to what YouTube means to you? A chance to make extra money, a chance to express your creativity. What's kind of the mix of your motivation behind doing it? Do you feel like your time that you've invested in it has given you what you hoped?
Oh, definitely. One of the reasons why I do YouTube is because I have to have something to do. I can't just sit on the sofa and watch soap operas all day. I'm a person that likes to do things, and YouTube allows me that creativity. It allows me that output, and I can do it from home. Every day I can find something to do with YouTube. And if I choose not to do anything today, I cannot do anything. So it really helps with that. It gives me a purpose, is what I should say. And my purpose is to be of service to homemakers, to help them learn how to make and keep a home. So YouTube allows me to do that. As far as my family, my husband is just glad I have something to do, because then I'm not bugging him all the time.
Man, I love it. And it's so cool to hear about the results that have happened. Okay, so a couple things that I want to recap, and I also wrote down some steps. If anybody wants to start a channel, you're in your 40s, 50s, 60s, I feel like step 0, because I wrote down a few steps, and you can correct me here, Denise, on what you've learned. Because step 1's find your niche, but I think we should go first to step 0. Sometimes experiment. Start before you're ready. Start, and you started with makeup, then you went to this and that with Denise Jordan, and then you went to homemaking. So it's okay to evolve. Don't overthink things at the start. That was definitely your journey, but eventually find your niche. And that was an earlier tip. You narrowed down from makeup, from just general things down to homemaking, and it really resonated and helped you grow. Then step 2 is create content that resonated. I want to go a little bit deeper into this. You've mentioned that certain videos have broke out, like your mac and cheese video, but even recently you did a $30 Snap Challenge video, and it did incredibly well.
Yes.
What does Snap stand for? What was the topic of this video, and what did you learn in that video breaking out?
Sean, that one video made me $4,000. I could not believe it. I was like, what? And not only did it make me $4,000, it made it in like less than 2 months.
Wow.
You know, my mac and cheese video grew. But here's the thing. SNAP, first of all, stands for Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, or food stamps is the common name for it. And the premise for that video was I had been talking to a friend who said her food stamps got cut to $30. And I said, oh, okay, well, then you should do this and this and this and this. And she's like, well, it's not that easy. And I said to myself, I'm just going to see. Well, I did see. And what I realized is that she was right. It was not as easy as I thought. I was quite smug when I decided I was going to do this, but I had a completely different idea once I finished it. But what I learned from that video is that, first of all, it could be polarizing. It was not, but there were some of the negative comments that did pop up. And that's when I really had to employ blocked words. But what I realized is that there were a lot of people out there who used these kind of benefits who needed to learn how to eat or purchase groceries differently. So that was one of the biggest things that I learned. The other thing that I learned was that, and not that I was being judgmental, but sometimes we can be a little judgy inadvertently. And I realized that some of the things that I had been thinking about how to use benefits or that kind of thing weren't necessarily as easy as I thought. And that maybe the preconceived ideas that I might have had were not necessarily so. So I made that video, and then I decided, okay, let me try another $30 video, following up on that one, and it was close to Thanksgiving. And so I made another $30 challenge video, but buying Thanksgiving dinner. Now that was a real challenge to be able to buy Thanksgiving dinner for $30. But at this particular time, Kroger, Walmart, and Aldi, they were all kind of like battling each other about, the cheapest Thanksgiving dinner. And I was able to do this at Aldi, but when you get it that low, you're using a lot of processed foods. You're using boxed mac and cheese. You're using a boxed dressing and that kind of thing. And I got a lot of negative comments about that. But financially, if that's where you are, that's where you are. So that was the other thing that I learned, is that there's a lot of people that are, low income homemaking or low income food budgets, that they buy a lot of boxed and processed foods because that's where they are. So one of the things that I learned that I could do is I can teach them how to begin to buy some things a little bit differently, so that I can be of service to them in a different way.
And so essentially, I love that the idea, there's some juicy insights here. You listened and you heard a friend give you an idea of what, YouTube is being accessed by the world. And so if you create content that resonates, you can have a video that earns you $4,000 quick. And it's because you were listening. And then it was interesting, though, you had some preconceived notions, because sometimes you think, oh, okay, like the first idea is we're going to run out the video with a certain approach. But then you essentially became an experiment yourself. You challenged yourself to spend $30, and then you realized, oh, wait a minute, it is tough. Is that how that happened? And then it shifted what the final video became.
So I challenged myself to go to the grocery store with $30 to spend. Now, I didn't actually have a SNAP card, but in my mind, I had these $30.
Yeah.
So I went on a grocery cart app, figured out what I wanted to buy, and I had already had my plan, figured out what I could buy there at the store, and then I actually purchased the food. Well, not knowing much about SNAP benefits, one of the things that I bought was a rotisserie chicken. Well, I cannot tell you how many comments I got from people saying, you can't buy hot prepared foods on SNAP benefits. Didn't know that. But you can if they put that rotisserie chicken in the deli because it's a day or two old and they mark it down from $8 to $4.50. Well, then you can. But, I bought the rotisserie chicken and I tried to figure out, how am I going to make this $30 last for a month on, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, where I realized real quick, there's not going to be any breakfasts. There may be some lunches and there'll be some dinners. Some of the food is going to be repeated, that kind of thing. And it's not going to be healthy, and it's not going to be sustainable. Those were the lessons that I learned.
Okay, so I want to summarize some things, because there were some juicy insights from the types of videos you created. And the big idea here is creating content that resonates. And so this happened because you were talking to a friend and you had an idea about a real pain point, a real challenge an individual was experiencing. Then you also had some preconceived ideas where they were saying, no, this is a big challenge. You're like, it can't be that bad. But what you did was you put yourself into a challenge. You challenged yourself to go to the grocery store and try to see if you could spend $30 to create meals for a month. This is a great format for listeners. Anybody on your channel, what could you be the guinea pig of, the experiment of? Challenge yourself to do, give yourself some constraints, and then turn that into content. This video for you earned $4,000, and it speaks to the power of a great idea. And then also, I think, broad appeal, like video topics that could resonate. Budget-friendly content works in today's economy. There's going to be more people that maybe resonate with this particular title. So there's a lot of powerful insights that we could apply to the next video we post on our channel, or even creating better content as we start out. Well, we've covered a lot today. I do kind of want to land the plane, but some of these big sections, I think step 0 is start before you're ready. There's something about starting, you're experimenting at first. Then step 1 is finding your niche. It's nice to know your niche at the start, but it's not necessarily that clean. You might experiment almost before you started and invest in your learning. Like you said, if you're 60 plus, you're learning new skills. It's almost like giving yourself months or even a couple years to study, to learn, to experiment, then to narrow down your channel topic. Then step 2, creating content that resonates. Then step 3, starting to build a community, which you have done, and then to start monetizing. I want to land the plane with this kind of idea of monetization strategies and then overcoming some mindsets that we haven't covered before. So I am curious, you've mentioned a few videos, mac and cheese video, the SNAP benefits video. They've earned you thousands of dollars. And so YouTube ad revenue itself, getting paid for views, is one of the ways you earn money. But if you were to think about
the different income streams you've done over the years, what are the ways you've earned money from your YouTube channel?
Well, one of the other things that I did is I created an apron business called Apron Diva. And so that was something that came out of my YouTube channel because I would wear aprons on my videos and people would ask where I got them. So I thought, well, I might as well, let them get them from me. So I created Apron Diva, my own business. That was another income stream for me. The other thing is I've had some brand deals, and that's another income stream. And then affiliate links. I haven't done a lot with affiliate links, but because I would rather do the brand deal than the affiliate link, but I'm kind of rethinking some of that now. And now I'm working on creating I've created a course and I've done the beta run through, but I'm going to run through it again in September. So I'm going to roll it out again then in September. And then I'm working on a digital product that is almost done. And then I'm also going to have a challenge, a laundry challenge that I'm going to do after I get the digital product done. And these are things that I'm working on now. And I will say, even though you didn't ask this, I wish I had done these things sooner. And even though you talked about it and you said to do these things, and I listened to you say do it, I didn't hear you when you said it. Well, I hear you now, and I wish I had created my digital products so much sooner and created my course so much sooner. But one of the things that I did do that I learned I do not like was consulting. I did some one-to-one consulting, and I thought, okay, I don't like this because it really requires too much time and it's very intense. So that one I did try, but I decided I didn't care for that particular stream. But the other ones, I just wish I had done sooner.
And I want to clarify some things. You mentioned 7 different ways of earning money, and we don't have time to go into all of these, but what is the difference between your course, or what is your course, your digital product, and then a paid challenge? What's your course?
My course is called Homemaking 201, Navigating Your Homemaking Journey.
Okay, and that's a digital course. People can watch the videos.
That's not a digital course. That's it's actually a live course. It's an 8-week course, and we get together for 8 sessions, once a week. We go on live on Zoom, and, I present a topic, and then there's Q&A after that. It's very intense. So when I did it the first time, I thought, okay, I'm going to wait a bit before I roll it out again, because I wanted to tweak it and try to get it to a point where I don't have to invest so much of my time in it. But
I gotcha. So, on Zoom, live, and then the digital product, what kind of digital product are you creating?
I'm working on a stain removal guide. It's like how to remove stains using products you probably already have at home. So not where you're getting the Tide bleach pen and that kind of thing, but how you can use vinegar or baking soda or things like that to remove stains, because these are things you probably already have.
So it's like a PDF download kind of?
Initially, it's going to be an ebook, but then once I get the second or third iteration, I plan to have a hard copy book actually printed so that I can actually have that, a nice little stack of them in my home to mail you when you order one.
Amazing. And then a paid challenge is a couple of day event that people can learn with you for like $27.
Yes, I'm really excited about that. It's called my In the Laundry Lab Challenge, and I'm going to kick it off with a free masterclass, and then there'll be 3 days of the paid challenge after that, just at a $27, a low income price, a low barrier for income. And yes, there is enough to talk about laundry for 3 days.
Yes, I love it. And this just speaks, number one, listeners, you might be thinking like, man, it's so overwhelming. It's like a lot of different things to do. But you've been building up these skill sets over the years. And it also speaks to like how many different opportunities there are. There's just a lot of different ways to make money through your YouTube channel. And, as a reminder, I mentioned earlier, there's about 6 ways to make money on YouTube. If you're live streaming, people can do such things as super chat, where it's kind of like giving you a tip while you're live.
Yeah.
Of course, YouTube ad revenue itself. But then there's ways to make money with YouTube. And so whether that's brand deals or creating your own business like Apron Diva, or creating a course or digital product or a paid challenge, you're using YouTube to bring awareness to these other products, services, individual items you could sell, events you could sell, and serve people at the same time. So it's really inspiring to hear your journey. I'm curious, have you been doing all of this by yourself for all these years?
Yeah, I do it all by myself. I don't have an editor. I do have, my sister helps me as an admin from time to time. She'll help me with, like, if I need to change my YouTube banner or something like that, she'll help with those graphics. But for the most part, I do everything myself. So now when I did my course and I had to have graphics that I would have for the course ready for the students each week, she would put those kind of things together. But I got to create the content, lay it out, and then send it to her so she knows what I want. So pretty much I'm a one-woman shop.
So you would have a choice, of course, to determine how much or how little you want to work if you want to take a day off. But if you guessed how many hours a week you've put into this YouTube mission, really business, but the content as well as the things that orbit around it, especially for the description you just made. You launched aprondiva.com. It's very ambitious, more than some people. If you don't want to do that, you don't have to do that. You get to kind of choose your own adventure and choose your own path on YouTube. But for you, if you averaged it out, how many hours a week are you working on all of this stuff combined, if you just kind of approximated it?
I would guess maybe 30 hours a week, give or take. Sometimes more, depending upon what's happening.
And would you say that if you were to cut that in half, like if you're giving somebody advice and to say, well, you don't have to do 30, but you can't do one, like you need to invest some time. What do you think the range is if somebody was saying, hey, I'm in my 60s, 70s, I want to start, how much time should I block to make significant progress at this?
I think you could probably block 10 to 15 hours a week initially, because you got to get the idea, script it, have it ready. And then once you have the idea, you have to actually film it. Now, talking head videos require so much research, but you're going to be able to sit there and then get them filmed. But if you're moving around, like I'm in the kitchen, if I'm moving around doing something or I'm cleaning something, those videos take more time than a talking head video. So it's difficult for me to batch shoot because I'm moving around. But if you plan 10 to 15 weeks to kind of get it all, 10 to 15 hours to try to get it done. And then you're going to need to do some editing somewhat, especially in the beginning. Now, there is this trend right now to do less editing. And, that's a whole other mindset. You can try to do that. But there will require something. So I would say 10 to 15 hours a week initially.
Okay, and then would you also include that time for study? Like how much time have you in the past watched YouTube? We have an online course you've been a part of called Video Ranking Academy. How much did you watch that per week? Today, you're a part of Video Ranking Academy Elite, which is just more hands-on group coaching with a community of creators. So we'll jump on Zoom and different things like that. If you kind of average that out, how much time have you invested in your learning and education roughly per week?
Oh, wow. I'd say at least 5 hours a week, because if let's say I'm in VRA and I'm going through a module, I might complete that whole module in one sitting. And I might even do a couple of modules, just depends upon what my educational needs are at that particular time. But I would say no less than 5 hours a week when you're first learning. And it could be a little bit more, give or take. Just depends upon what your capacity is, because one of the things that as you do get older, you don't have the same capacity to shift, context switch. So sometimes you just have to focus more on one thing and get that thing accomplished or under your belt and then move on to something else.
That's great advice. And a great advice mindset to have. It's like we're going back to school. It seems like to be the mindset you have. Like I'm going to YouTube school, with Think Media, and I'm going to lock in. Has that sort of been your mindset?
Well, it has been. And my husband's like, how much more is there for you to learn? Because, I'll be sitting in here and he'll hear you talking. But yeah.
And have you found sometimes too, people might be like, well, how much more is there for you to learn? But then it also is maybe the power of repetition and the power of the environment. Because I know for me personally, sometimes I need to hear things 100 times. I mean, I think it was Jim Rohn or Zig Ziglar that said repetition is the father of learning and the mother of mastery. Mm-hmm. And you even mentioned, you're like, I wish I would have started sooner in some of these other ways of making money, because even YouTube's much bigger than YouTube. Eventually it's, well, how do you do a paid challenge? Or how do you create a digital product? Or how do you package what you know into a course? And then how do you market and sell that course? So there's also, the rabbit hole goes pretty deep. But for you, have you found that maybe also being a part of our community or even the repetition of information has helped keep you on track, keep you focused?
Oh, definitely. I think being a part of the community, people that are actually walking through the fire with you, they know what it is you're going through. So you can ask them a question and they can give you a reasonable answer based on information and not just based on their opinion. Also, when you're in a community of people, you see their successes, you see their challenges, and it's an inspiration to you to keep pressing on.
So strong. Okay, well, I have a final question for you, and then I do want to make sure we shout out all of your links and whatnot in the description for anyone that wants to study your channel, which I highly recommend because success leaves clues. So you can go look at some of the case studies that we've talked about today, some of the videos, watch some of Denise's videos. But I also do want to give you a heads up. If you want to learn more about any of the programs that Denise has been a part of, vrapodcast.com is the online course that we have available, and we'll link that in the show notes. And then if you also are interested, you can go to viralvideocoach.com. That is a page that allows you to apply and get in touch and even jump on the phone with somebody on our team. Denise is a part of what's called VRA Elite, which is a group coaching environment that's like, powerful to have a community around you. So rather than just going at kind of a self-paced online course, if you could see the power in essentially having a community, having some of our Think Media coaches in your corner, we only work with people that it's a good fit for. And so if you are interested in applying for that or learning more about that, you could go to viralvideocoach.com so you can move faster and worry less when you have a personal YouTube coach helping you along the way. And all of that will be in the show notes. Denise, I also want to ask, we've mentioned it, but I'm going to link it up in the show notes. If people want to follow you, check out what you're doing so they can study your channels, where can they find you?
They can find me on YouTube at Homemaking with Denise.
And what would you say, advice, 2 last questions, what advice do you have for those that are maybe feeling frustrated or experiencing periods of slow growth if they've already started their YouTube channel?
I'd have to say you just have to keep at it. Run your own race. Just keep at it and keep doing the things that you need to do to make progress, but it might also be necessary to go back and review what are some of the steps that you're supposed to do that maybe you've stopped doing. Like maybe you got too comfortable working and thinking, oh, I don't need to review these notes. And then you think, oh, I'm not doing this. Well, I'm not doing this. Well, I'm not doing that. So sometimes you might just need to retreat and then review and apply some of those early lessons that maybe you kind of dropped off.
That is so powerful. One of my favorite quotes is from the basketball player Michael Jordan, who said, master the fundamentals and everything else you do will rise. And a lot of times, I know even me, I can forget the fundamentals. I'd be frustrated with my results, but it's like, are you doing the things you did at first? Are you really mastering the basics? We need those advanced tactics and those shiny objects, but sometimes getting back to those basics, that's so powerful. Final question. If someone, you're talking to a friend, you're talking to somebody that is asking you from the heart, hey, I'm over 60, but I'm on the fence about starting a YouTube channel. And I'm excited, but I also just listened to this conversation and I'm kind of overwhelmed because I just listened to your 8 years of experience and there's so many details. What advice would you share with me as far as starting YouTube in my 60s and my 70s?
Just start. I would say just start. Don't keep putting it off. Just start. And that shoot maybe 10 videos and upload them to your channel. And are they going to be great videos? No. But just go ahead and get them out there. Just start, because the longer you wait to start, the harder it gets. And you certainly don't get any younger by waiting.
Denise, so grateful for you. Thank you for all of the value you added today. Think Media Podcast, thanks for listening. And if you got value today, can you rate, share, or review? Just depends. If you're on YouTube, you can leave a comment. If you're on Spotify or Apple, maybe leave a review or click the 5 stars on Spotify if you got value. My name is Sean Cannell, your guide to building a profitable YouTube channel, and I can't wait to connect with you in a future episode of the Think Media Podcast.
Febreze. When you host, your bathroom can feel like a revolving door. Keep things fresh with Febreze bathroom. It's an outlet-free air freshener that fights odors for 45 days. So even after every flush, you know your bathroom smells amazing. La, 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 la.
We are not enough. We're constantly going to feel not enough, and we're going to act in not enoughness. The number one strategy is make a great piece of content. Like, really think about how can I get all the things that have worked in the previous videos to make one great video that people really want to hear from. And there's really 6 things that keep us feeling limited or less than our ultimate potential.
Welcome back to the Think Media Podcast. I'm super fired up for today's episode with Lewis Howes, who, if you haven't met him yet, he's a New York Times bestselling author, keynote speaker, and industry-leading show host of the School of Greatness. 3 million YouTube subscribers. He's published over 1,500 episodes, and he's interviewed the likes of Jordan Peterson, Tony Robbins, Kobe Bryant, Mel Robbins, Jada Pinkett Smith, Rob Dyrdek, Matthew McConaughey. I'm probably just scratching the surface. In this episode, we're going to be unpacking some of the lessons that he's learned growing a global brand that's impacted well over 500 million people, his YouTube tips, strategies that have led to over 366 million views, advice for getting great guests on your podcast, and then how do you develop the greatness mindset that will help you reach your goals on YouTube and in life and in business. Lewis, welcome to the show.
My man, Sean, living the dream, baby.
Thanks so much for jumping on. We were just reflecting. We both turned 40 this year. And I know that you're committed to giving wisdom and helping people live a better life, shift their mindset, shift their world. I'm excited to dive into your content creation tips, though, because you don't really talk about that kind of stuff. And I think you're going to be revealing some things that just normally don't get brought up. But take us back a little bit. The journey of building the School of Greatness podcast. When did you upload the first episode, audio? And then when did you upload the first episode video? What's been the journey over the last?
I was just, I just interviewed Rick Rubin, the producer, yesterday, and we were talking about this because he just launched his podcast and he's only doing audio right now. And I said, hey, that's how I started out 10 years ago. And he goes, who was your first guest? And I said, Robert Greene, the author of 48 Laws of Power. He goes, no way. I just had Robert Greene on as one of my first guests for the launch of his show. So it's kind of an interesting to reflect. And I was like, he's like, when did you start it? How did you start it? I said, I started it in my kitchen, on a little table, just mics. And I used my iPhone for a couple of the first ones. So it wasn't like I did anything crazy or special. And he was saying, I thought about, should I do video to launch and should I have a whole setup? And he said that's the thing that holds a lot of people back as artists, as musicians, is them wanting to make it perfect as opposed to just kind of working on a demo and just starting and just getting it out there and refining it. So I'm in the 10-year anniversary of the show. Like you said, 1,500 episodes in. But I think I started, I don't know the exact date, but I think it was 2.5 or 3 years in after doing audio. I remember just having a feeling like there weren't many podcasts 10 years ago in the first place. And I remember thinking to myself, video is just going to be a thing. Like a video is going to be big. I don't know how it's going to be big, but I feel like we should record these. And I had an interview with Tony Robbins, and I think that was the first interview that I recorded. I was just like, I need to hire someone to film this. I want to get it on video. I have no idea how we're going to use it, but let's just throw it up on YouTube. And the funny thing is, for the first 5 years of doing video, it was all a play to drive back to the audio. It was just like, how do we get people to go watch and then go listen to the audio? Or how do I get clips on social media to drive people back to audio? About 3 years ago, I guess, right in the beginning of 2020, I said to myself, I don't know, maybe I had 900 videos on YouTube or 800 or 1,000. I don't know how many I had, but I had a lot. And I don't know why I did this, but I never turned the ads on my YouTube channel until a few years ago, because I was just like, I just want to give people free value. I just want to help people. I don't want people to feel like they're being sold or something. And I definitely don't want some sleazy ads in front of my content, because I just knew people would be targeting me and my content. And so for years, I never allowed for ads to be on the platform, the video platform. And then 3 years ago, I was like, well, let me just turn it on like a couple videos and see how it does. And I remember that first month, I think it made like $5,000. And I was like, okay, it's interesting. What if I turn it on like 20 videos? And then it was like 20 grand. I was like, okay, it's not nothing. That's like some money there. And I go, what if I just turn it on all the videos and like just push one button and let YouTube do its thing? And I don't know, after 6 months, it was like 50 grand a month or something like that. And then eventually it was like hundreds of thousands a month. And then my cat's going to join and chime in, but it was like hundreds of thousands a month. And I was just like, wow, this is like a real money, real revenue, real business, just by putting up free content and helping people. And I was already doing it. I was already recording it for the audio. So it was just a natural thing to add it on YouTube. Now, I had kind of the benefit of, 8 years of a back catalog that I could automatically turn a switch on, as opposed to having to make content to try to monetize and get views. So I was getting a lot of views organically because of the guests I had on, the content, the topics, and the brand over, 8 years of video at that time. So I had a kind of a good back catalog that really helped me. And it was also, but I remember thinking, I don't know if you ever played this game, but I went backwards and said, all these views that I did have, how much money could I have made had I turned it on 5 years ago? And I don't know, it was millions. So, and I probably would have been more intentional about YouTube also. it was the last thought. It was like, just throw it up. Who cares what the thumbnail is? Just put the person's name up there and that's it. So had I, I'm kind of a slow learner. I need to hear things multiple times until I actually understand it. And so that was a painful lesson. But also at the same time, most people hadn't in the podcasting space yet invested in video. A lot of people were just doing audio for many years. And so I invested in a team to film it. We never monetized it, but I invested in to film it, and now it's paid dividends.
What advice do you give to those you kind of mentor that are thinking about starting or launching a personal brand? Do you have a framework? Do you just say, for sure, go, if you're going to do it, do video and do YouTube, and you should go all in on YouTube? Or do you say, hey, this is how you should decide if you're actually going to commit to video or not, because it's going to add some complexity. It might be a little bit more challenging.
I just don't think people understand how much work it can be to build a personal brand and make it a full-time business. And I think people need to get clear on who they are and what they really want, what their vision is for their business or their personal brand, because you can just lose your time so much being caught up in content, scrolling, researching, creating. Like, it can just be a full-time time suck if you're not clear on who you are, what you want, and why you're doing this. My vision is to serve 100 million lives weekly to help them improve the quality of their life. So I'm very clear on my vision. And I understand that video is a massive component to reaching 100 million people. To the ability to try to reach 100 million people weekly is, I'm going to need to do video until there's some other mechanism or platform that allows me to reach people or potentially reach that many people. Video is the way for that mission. Now, there's a lot of people that have personal brands that's not their mission, and that's not what they want. They want to make, 5 to 10 grand a month and work with 5 to 10 clients. So you don't need to be doing a lot of the things that I'm doing or you're doing in order to create that. But if you're building a personal brand, I think video just allows you to connect with people and build credibility more. However, I look at someone like James Clear, who just writes, a couple articles a week and has a couple of social media posts a day, and it's all written and image-based written content. And he's the best-selling author in the last 5 years in a row, every single week with his book. So it's kind of like, all right, sure, he's doing some videos as interviews, but he rarely does much because he doesn't need to. So it depends on who you are, what you want, and why you're doing the thing you're doing. But I feel like if video is a way to reach more people if you really put in the time and energy to master it or to get good at it over time, because it is a skill set.
I love your vision to reach 100 million people weekly. Right now, though, your YouTube channel just got 5.4 million views over the last 30 days. So just the YouTube content is reaching 1.3 million people weekly. Then you have the audio, which we can't see, all your social reach all across the board. So you got these big numbers. Let's dive into some YouTube strategies. What strategies did you implement, do you think, were key to the growth you've experienced and where you are today?
Hey, Max. We're gonna play a board game if you wanted to join us.
I love you.
Is your cat getting too cool? Give him Temptation's Creamy Puree.
Try Crest 3D White. Finally, a daily whitening toothpaste for whiter teeth in one day.
Push that. Pump that. Work that. Push that. Work out.
With Southwest Rapid Rewards, if we have a seat, you have a seat. So you can redeem your points for this seat or that seat. Oh, this one's open. Use your Rapid Rewards points on any seat, any day, anytime.
Sometimes it takes a different approach to see the possibilities all around you. Capella University is an online accredited university, so you can be confident you're getting a quality education on your terms.
Do you think were key to the growth you've experienced and where you are today?
Strategies are always changing based on consumer behavior, based on audience retention, based on the algorithms, based on what people's needs are at this season of life in the world. So the strategies are changing. However, the number one strategy is make a great piece of content. Like, really think about, how can I improve this piece of content from the previous one? How can I make it tighter? How can I say less and be more impactful? How can I have better editing? How can I have better research based on the content I'm making to make sure that I'm hitting the points that my audience needs to be resolved, and that I'm solving a problem for me. I'm more of a educational entertainment channel. I'm not let me entertain and just make it fun and interesting. It's more of education first. And sure, I want to edit it so that it is not slow and boring. So there's got to be some entertainment or some movement to it. But that's really the first strategy, is how do we make the best piece of content. Title and thumbnail is another major strategy that I'm thinking about a lot. And we used to split test about 100 to 130 thumbnails a month on all my back catalog content. And that's been we just see the improvement based on, okay, this video is only getting 5,000 views a day or whatever it is. Now it's getting 10,000 views a day because we changed the thumbnail based on the data and we ran the split test. So that's just another strategy to help you maximize back content. The beautiful thing about YouTube for me is that's different than audio, is that, my 1,000+ videos, I don't even know how many videos I have, but my 1,000+ videos are searchable all over the place. And so some stuff I shot 3, 4, 5 years ago still will make, I don't know, $1,000 a week today, or it could make $10,000 a month because it could pop up in the algorithm. Where it's a lot harder for an audio episode from a year ago to pop off. It's hard to get that traction unless I re-promote it in some way. So that's the beautiful thing, that the YouTube allows me to monetize things I did 8 years ago and continue to make, even if it's a few dollars a day, it's still something I did 8 years ago that pays me dividends today. And I really like that. And all I have to do is change a thumbnail, headline, and a few different key things there. So another strategy is really just making decisions based on data. And it's something I try to teach my team constantly. I'm probably a little bit too obsessed with the data in my YouTube studio, just constantly like seeing why is something taking off. And there's a little bit of a art to the science, I think, as well. But it's like I had an episode last week with Rhonda Byrne. She's the creator of The Secret. And I'd had her on, I don't know, a year and a half ago, but it was virtual. And I'd seen that she hadn't done an in-person interview since, I think it was like 12 years ago when she did it with Oprah. And so this was her first sit-down interview. And I just knew that it would do well if I could really nail the hook, the intro, obviously make a great piece of content, and have a great thumbnail and title. So it's kind of thinking about the data and seeing, okay, what are all the other videos telling me on consumer retention based on the titles that I have already? What are the keywords that my previous videos that took off? And how can I kind of put it all together for one video? How can I get all the things that have worked in the previous videos to make one great video that people really want to hear from? And so that did well in the last week, and it's going to continue to do well. So it's just kind of thinking about all these things together and really optimizing it consistently.
The top 5 videos on your channel, most viewed in the entire history of your channel, are over 2 hours long. What have you learned about long form content, or maybe quote unquote ultra long content?
I think the algorithm evolves and changes, and what YouTube wants evolves and changes. So for a couple of years, the longer people were staying on a video and consuming it, YouTube was rewarding that. And so we were testing it. Let's go from an hour to an hour and a half to 2 hours. Let's do a 3 hours. Let's try a 4-hour one. See what happens. And I think that's something that everyone should be trying to do. And it's something I teach my team, like, let's test it. If we think it's going to work, let's test it. Maybe it flops, maybe it does great, but we won't know until we test it. And so I was leaning into that more and more. It was working until it stopped working, I don't know, earlier this year. And I was like, why is this not working? Why is this, not taking off as much? And one of the things was, well, maybe because now they're pushing ultra short form with shorts earlier in the year. Maybe they're really pushing that and they want to incentivize people to create more of that. It's kind of been a reconfiguration over the last 6 months of like, okay, well, let's try to optimize shorts. I was holding off for a year on that. I created a whole different shorts channel because I didn't want to hurt the retention on my long form channel. But then we started to put a little bit on the main channel and said, let's try to bring the episodes down to an hour and a half to see if we can kind of get it back on an upward trend. And that seems to be working right now because I feel like people want the completion rate to be better. Like YouTube wants more of a completion rate as opposed to just staying on. And so it's just been constantly analyzing the data and seeing what's working, what's not working. How do we test it? How do we adapt? How do we try new things? Because what worked 5 years ago does not work today. What worked last year is going to evolve, and what works today may change next month. And I don't know if what you did 2 years ago is exactly the same thing you're doing today on your channel or what you're teaching. But I feel like if you want to be in this game of YouTube, you've got to be constantly on top of testing, trying things, seeing what's working on other channels, taking some of that and trying it in your own flavor on your channel, and seeing if your audience responds to it. It can really be a full-time job. If you want to make this a business, it is a full-time job to understand all these things, because you could go down the rabbit hole forever on data. And there's some people that just kind of throw up videos and it just seems to work for them for 2-3 hours long. But I don't know if that will always work. I think there's seasons within YouTube as well. But correct me if I'm wrong. You're obviously got more intel on this than me.
No, I agree with you. Always test, always adapt, always analyze data. And I'm curious, one of the biggest missed opportunities of especially video podcasters, but content creators across the board, is if they've been in the game for a while, they've created a lot of content, they have a back catalog. One of the things you've done is you've repurposed your content into compilations. Can you break that down and break down what kind of team it takes to do that well if you're not doing it yourself? Because the overwhelm of past content to actually DJ it out in a fresh way, it's going to take some intelligence and take some strategy, or is it just kind of mashed together? What is your approach to how you've built out these compilations, and explain those?
We've had some great kind of YouTube consultants that work with us who have given us a strategy on compilations. We've been doing them for, I guess, 3 years now, I think. And I've put a pause on them in the last few months because they weren't working as well anymore. And so there was, again, a couple of years where they worked really well, and then they haven't worked as well. So again, it's been me like saying, okay, let's pause this. Let's reevaluate this. Just because it worked for a while doesn't mean it's always going to work. And maybe there's a way we can make it better. You know, the YouTube landscape has changed over the last 6 to 12 months. There's more and more creators jumping in. So that means there's more competition. So we've got to reevaluate certain things to see how can we continue to be unique, different, service driven and add value. And what does our audience want? You know, again, YouTube Shorts wasn't a thing really a year ago. I mean, I guess it was, but it's now like more a thing. And is consumer behavior changed? You know, as audience behaviors change? If so, how do we adapt to that? So, you know, it's testing the data. It's seeing like, okay, this video popped off with these 3 neuroscientists. What if we made a video of all 3 of them together and did the top, 20 minutes where we saw the spike on each one that people wanted to go back to those moments and just create the best of videos. And so that's just kind of like the simple strategy. And then it's how do you edit it? How do you piece it together? How do you, DJ it, as you said, so it's seamless, so it looks good, so it's a fresh new idea, not just repurposing an old piece of content, but making it look like a completely new, it is a new piece of content, but making it its own thing. So, I'm reevaluating, do I want to put those on my main channel moving forward? Do I create a whole new channel that's just compilation of best of stuff? That's kind of my thought process moving forward, is like making a whole new channel of that and just having someone dedicated to it. If you know someone, let me know. I'm looking to hire someone to do that. But that has been definitely valuable. And I've helped others kind of do that, and I've seen their views double, their revenue double when they can implement it correctly. So I think you got to be strategic about it, test it, see if it makes sense for you. But I know there's a lot of creators doing compilations or best of, and it's crushing for them.
Your main channel had 39 uploads in the last month, but then you also have Greatness Clips, a Spanish channel, a Shorts channel, a Spanish Clips channel, and a Portuguese channel.
Yep.
How big is the team running media and essentially the YouTube arm? And I then dip into audio as well to sustain what you're putting out.
Well, I mean, the total team is like 20, but they're not all working on media and content. But I would say we do have a bunch of freelancers that are kind of like part-time on specific channels or things like that. But I don't know, all in on audio and video, probably like 7 people, full-time or part-time, something like that.
And like your Clips channel, 48 uploads on your Clips channel. Is that all automated for you? It's kind of it's a system.
Probably not as automated as I like. I probably need to hire someone like you to help me come in and overhaul the whole process of it all. A lot of this has just been like me saying, here's what we need to do. How do we build the system and how do we execute it? How do we find the right people? But it's a lot, it's a lot of channels. There's so much we could be doing more with every channel. Our Spanish channel alone is about to hit 1 million subscribers. And there's so much more. And we just throw the videos up. It's like we kind of mimic the headline of what we've done in the title, but we don't really optimize it. Like we don't go back and split test anything because it's, you got to hire another person, you got to manage it all. So I think we could double the growth of that, the revenue and the views of just our Spanish channel alone, if we just had someone split testing the back catalog and really being thoughtful about it. But again, I'm focused on the main channel. I'm trying to do the main content. I'm doing, 5-6 interviews a week. There's only so much I can do as a human. And so it's how do we teach, train, execute, and create systems and processes within the team as well. Yeah, again, I'm going to have to do a call with you afterwards to figure all this out.
Yeah, I love that. And for you feel that starting a separate Clips channel, one of a huge debate, so totally your point of view is, do Shorts go on a separate channel? Do Clips go on a separate channel? Or should they all be kept on the main channel?
The fact that this Reese's ad showed up at this exact moment proves that your devices are listening. It also said, try caramel big cup.
Wow. Wavy perforations tear so much better. Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear.
Not how you would have done it. You bundle things right. That saves you up to 10%.
The Office is turning 20. Celebrate 20 years with every single episode on Peacock. Stream The Office and extended Superfan episodes only on Peacock.
All be kept on the main channel. And the size of your brand certainly matters because there's many different factors. What is your point of view on that? And what if somebody was approaching you maybe earlier in their career of like, should I just stack it all on the same? Should I also maybe?
Yeah. I mean, I go back and forth on this, and I don't know if I have the best answer, but I see other friends who have channels that are growing, that are more new in the last 2, 3, 4 years, let's say, that seem to be growing very fast, who have long form content and clips content, let's call it an hour to 2 hours and then 15 to 20 minutes. And I see that and it works for them. Now, I don't know if it works for them because they're a new channel and they're just growing because they're newer and the algorithm is in their favor right now. Or if that will constantly work once they've kind of hit a peak in subscribers and views and they kind of taper off. But I do know that when we go on TikTok, we're not looking for hour-long content. We're looking for shorter content. And YouTube still, in my mind, is more like, okay, you're typically consuming longer content. Short form is more recent in the last couple of years there. Or longer content would be like a 10-minute vlogger, even if you're younger and you're watching 10-minute videos. You go to a channel on TV or you go to a channel on YouTube to watch something and you typically know the length of the content you're going to have on that channel. So when you go to my channel and you say, oh, here's a 3-hour video and now here's a 3 or 10-minute video, you're kind of confusing people. What are they getting? Are they getting longer form content, shorter form content? If you do it from the beginning and that's what you tell them, then that's different. You say, hey, on Mondays, we're going to have a long form. On Thursdays, we're going to do a recap. We're going to have a short every single day. This could all change in a year. Shorts is new. The algorithm changes. In a year, they could say, all right, all we want is, 30-second clips now. I don't know. It's like, it could change at any moment. And then consumer behaviors can change based on what's happening. So I don't have the best answer. I know for me, it's like I've got more of a legacy account because I've been on there for a long time and I've been teaching and training people longer form content. So if I switch it up, and it hurts the channel, then I just need to be aware of that. That's why we test things to see how is it impacting us. And if I'm doing 10 to 20 minute short videos, then people aren't staying on as long. That's why these 2-3 hour videos, people stay on longer and therefore they would share my content in the suggested column to other channels more because I was getting rewarded for people staying on the platform. So you just got to be thinking about all those things and testing it.
How does the upload schedule and the way the episodes are edited differ between YouTube and audio?
They're pretty similar. We used to do more video. We used to do like 4 or 5 videos a week. And we paused that 6 months ago because we just saw it wasn't working as much. And so we used to do like 2-3 compilation videos a week and 2, new videos a week. And that was working for a while until it wasn't working. And so we paused the compilation videos. And I was thinking about pausing it anyways and putting it on its own channel, but I just haven't had the time to do it yet. So we've kind of like, okay, how do we get our views back on track to an upward trend? And how do we start teaching and training our audience what they're going to be getting more consistently? And how do we navigate the landscape better on where it is now? So that's why you got to pay attention to the data month after month and see what's working, what's not working, why is it going up, why is it going down, how can you adjust it, things like that. But the audio we do Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, sometimes on a Saturday for a bonus episode. And then with YouTube, we're just doing 2 videos a week right now, I believe, long form, but we're doing a short every single day. So you see a lot of uploads, but it's really shorts. And it's trying to test that and see, okay, can we gain subscribers from shorts? Can we drive people? Now they've added a link to the longer videos in the shorts. So that's what I was really excited about. Can we get in front of people with a short clip and drive them back to the long form video? That's kind of what I was waiting for the whole time. And I think that just started in the last 3 or 4 months. I'm not sure. So that's nice now. But how does it work? Does that convert? Do people, when they're thinking short form content, are they going to go and watch an hour-long video? I don't know. So this is all new stuff we got to test and see what works.
Yeah, we've been testing the related video feature where you can link the long form video on a short, and using advanced YouTube analytics, you can see the traffic sources and the amount of watch time you get from the traffic sources. And your theory seems to be correct that while people do indeed click the link, the watch time is not great. Like we've seen maybe up to 3 minutes, 2 minutes, but compared to an hour-long episode, because when you're in the shorts mindset, right, you're getting so many dopamine hits. Yeah. You're just getting so much. So even if you click and it's
you're just in a loop.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then does that hurt your channel if people come to a long video and only watch 2 minutes?
Yeah, I know.
That is like, oh, well, they actually weren't interested. They don't care. So we're not going to show people that video anymore.
Yeah. So you
got to ask yourself that.
I've been thinking about how to use the related video feature to more of a step deeper, like a good 8-minute video or less than 8 minutes, because rather than short, like a really well optimized YouTube video that maybe in a way kind of viewer journey converts, oh man, it holds my attention enough and kind of shifts me. I mean, that's at least the logic, but we're always testing. Do you have a source of inspiration for your work that might surprise listeners on a big level? The brand you've wanted to build, the show you've wanted to build, the excellence of your branding, maybe a book, movie, historical figure, a legend in the industry. Is there any unknown, surprising source of inspiration that you pulled from, or a couple of sources?
The Olympics.
Break that down.
Just, if you watch the Olympics on TV, if you watch the Olympics for 2 weeks on TV, like every day, you will cry. You will cry on the storytelling, the emotions, the way they tell stories, the sound design behind the stories, the anticipation, the buildup. You'll feel pain, you'll feel pleasure. Like they take you on a roller coaster, and you are bought in on rooting for underdogs, rooting for heroes. You feel chills, and you feel like, wow, you feel like this sense of awe and inspiration. And so I love watching the Olympics and any types of events like that, like tournaments where there's something big on the line. Ohio State football Michigan game. I went to the game last year, and unfortunately, the Ohio State lost, which was kind of sad. But the whole pageantry, it's an all-day experience before the actual game is played. Walking into the arena, hearing the marching band, seeing the Army in salute, like the whole pageantry of being at the game is an experience. And just seeing the creativity of what people are doing to sell hot dogs, to the merchandise, to all these different things, it's just like it's a production. But for me, it's a fun, inspiring production of sports. And so I always like to be inspired by watching sports on TV, big sporting events, things like that, where there's something on the line, there's stakes on the line, where there's 2 different individuals or 2 teams or 2 rivals, that it's like there's so much on the line, the backstories. For me, that gets me inspired because people want to feel something. People want to feel emotion. They want to feel awe. They want to feel magic. And there's nothing better than a sporting event than thinking, wow, what a magical moment. And you never know what you're going to get. You never know Like you think you know who might win, you think might happen, but anything can happen at any moment. You never know what you're going to see. And I think, the goal for me is to create that. How do I create that with long form educational content, inspiring content? How do we empower people to live their best life and do it through media? So I think about the whole user experience. If they found me on one Instagram post and they come back to my site, how do I create that experience of awe? Well, the design has to be a certain way. The content has to be a certain way. The headlines, if you go to greatness.com, which is a site we launched about a year ago, I wanted to transition from my personal brand, lewishowes.com, which where everything was at for a long time, which served me for a while. But then I just said, I don't want it to be about me. Like I never really wanted this to be about me, but I understand there needs to be a face to the message to help launch something, when I started this 10 years ago. And one of the reasons why I didn't call it the Lewis Howes Show is because I didn't want it to be about me as the focal point. Nothing wrong with that, but that's just not what I wanted for me. And I thought that was too much pressure to call it my name. So I called it the School of Greatness with Lewis Howes. So I'm the host and I'm the facilitator, I'm the curator, but I'm really not the expert. Now, I've gained a lot of wisdom and expertise over the last decade of being with experts and doing the things myself, but I'm still a beginner in a lot of ways. I'm still someone who's learning every single day. And so I've tried to position it more as me as, of course, the host and the face, but it's not really about me. And therefore the branding, the photography, the design, like I'm always trying to level it up. I've always tried to be a leader in that experience. So if you go to greatness.com, you'll see every image is a custom design one of one for any article. It's not like some just template or some random photo. It's like we design it in-house and make something beautiful. And I'm always saying, we got to make it better. We got to make it better. How do we continue to up level? And so there's a lot of things that I want to continue to do better. Just time and team.
When did you buy greatness.com?
Man, I bought that probably 6 years ago, 6 or 7 years ago. And I said, maybe 6 years ago, 2017, 2018. And I sat on it for like four or 5 years. I didn't do anything with it because I was just like, I don't know what to do with this yet. But I knew I wanted to own the word. And because I have at Greatness on Instagram and, School of Greatness. And I was just like, man, I want to own this word. So yeah, I'm grateful I have it.
Have you shared publicly how much it cost? Have you ever wondered how your life could change if you had the right tools and connections at your fingertips? Imagine getting insider access to the latest trends and dynamic relationships, propelling your business and YouTube channel to the next level. All of that and more is happening at our annual conference, Grow with Video Live, April 2024 in Las Vegas. Grow with Video Live is the only conference that's focused on helping experts, entrepreneurs, coaches, speakers, and business-minded content creators learn the best video marketing strategies and how to scale high-impact businesses with YouTube. You'll hear from industry experts like Dave Ramsey, Chalene Johnson, Pat Flynn, and others who are doing this at a top level. To purchase your ticket to attend, just go to growwithvideolive.com. And I should note, this conference will not be streaming online. As our world becomes more digital, we are focused on creating an environment for human connection and transformation. So this event is truly going to be special. Seats are limited and we always sell out. So make sure to secure your ticket at growwithvideolive.com. What's the range?
It's a good amount. It's a good amount.
Good amount. 6 figures?
That's a good amount.
6 figures?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, awesome. And powerful brand.
But I remember having before I launched it, I remember asking like a domain broker. I was like, what do you think this is worth? Even it wasn't even a site yet. It was just a domain. Mm-hmm. He was like, I'd buy it for $2 million from you right now, just because you'd find some Nike or Under Armour or someone that would buy it just for a campaign, because they all use the word greatness in their marketing and their campaigns. And you see car commercials, you see sports drink commercials, you see all these commercials using it in their slogans, greatness. And so, he was like, but this is something you never sell. You just keep it in your family, unless there's just some absurd number that just makes no sense.
Yeah, it's a gnarly domain. And power. It's a power move for sure. Patrick David just bought VT.com, 2 letters.
Yeah, I saw that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, different, domains can be expensive, but can be actually underpriced compared to when you really think about what could be built on the back end. What is a common mindset in your industry that you disagree with, and why?
I don't know if it's in my industry, but because I don't really hang out with people who have this mindset, but I see some people have a mindset of competition and kind of lack of collaboration, or false collaboration. And I don't know. I see why they're doing it, because it's coming from a place of scarcity, and it's coming from a place of like, maybe they've been burned in the past or something like that. So I have compassion for it, but it just kind of frustrates me when people are, because I'm such a giving person, and I'm pretty open about a lot of stuff. And I want to see people win and succeed, because I feel like when, we all can win and we can all succeed. And I'm just more of a fan of collaboration than competition. Now, competition, if I'm playing a sport or something like that, that's a different thing. But in terms of seeing people win in life, it's like, how do we all support each other? Now, it doesn't mean you have to give all of your time and energy and your secrets away every single moment of every day, but it's like, how can you be a generous giver and support someone? So
you said, you have an abundance mindset. There's opportunity for everybody. In a 2024 world, though, what advice would you have people that are starting from the beginning or early in their career, especially when they look at the landscape? YouTube started in 2005. And so that's 18 years, 19 years mature now. Podcasting continues to grow. It's evolving. Spotify, different platforms, YouTube Music, and YouTube Podcasts now classifying. So there's a lot of kind of, in a way, maturity coming to the entire industry, and it can feel crowded. And you've built a powerful personal brand, a powerful brand overall, a bigger brand than just your personal brand. But for someone who's just starting and looking at that uphill battle and thinking like, man, Lewis has already gotten zillions of views. He's 10 years in. Sean's been doing this. I've been doing YouTube. I started a channel for my church in 2007. So I've literally been doing YouTube for 16, 17 years. And you've been in this industry so long, but yet.
I think my first video was 2007. It was like someone sent me a screenshot yesterday. These guys that I did the first video with sent me a screenshot. I mean, I think it was like a month ago or something, because it was like 2007, like August 2007 or something like that. And I was like, man, that's crazy. It was a dance video and that we did. And it's just like, it's evolved so much, the platform. So it's been a lot of time.
Yeah. Well, yeah. What we have 16 years ago, Electric Violin. It's on your channel still. It's cool you still got those up. Electric Violin.
There's another one that I think I archived from, before then. That was like me dancing. I was like, maybe I should put this down.
Yeah. There's some gems.
It's unlisted. Yeah, it's unlisted.
So, okay. So someone's starting. They're starting in, I
think it's easier. Like, I don't know why, but I feel like if I started a new channel today, I think it'd be easier to get to 100,000 subscribers in a year in 2024 than it would be 5 years ago. Because yes, it's more crowded and there's more competition, but there's more tools, there's more software, there's more collaboration, and there's more people consuming and watching content on YouTube than 5-10 years ago. So I think it's easier now than ever to get views if you really follow expertise from someone like yourself and you really find a good niche and you learn how to just get in the algorithm. You learn how to latch onto other types of content. I mean, there's people that are just making reaction videos that are getting millions of views because they're latching on to a viral trend or whatever. There's people that are launching stuff and just talking about their perspective on news of the week. And because people are searching that, they're able to get views. So there's ways that you got to get views. I'm not saying it's going to happen no matter what. I'm just saying I feel like it's easier now than it was 5 years ago to get subscribers and views if you really are intentional about what does the audience need? How can I provide it to them in a unique way? And how can I create a great piece of content that serves them? So that takes time, talent, energy, learning, failing, all those different things. But I remember I saw a guy, I think his name's James Janney, something like that. He launched a channel, I think 2 years ago during the pandemic, and he launched one video. And the first video got like 500,000 views or 1 million views. And then he launched another video a month later. He launched like one video a month, and he's got like 1.5 million views, 1.5 million subscribers now, just from like a video a month. Now the videos were awesome. And I was like, they were like mini documentary styles that he made from his bedroom, but he was thoughtful. He was intentional. He made a great piece of content, and people wanted to watch it.
Tide Oxy Boost. That is so true.
The most powerful clean in any universe.
Yeah, that's better.
See Marvel Studios Thunderbolts.
Students, they are going out and changing the world.
I am constantly amazed at how various people have changed my mind.
They're building networks across the globe and across industries.
Take the messages to it.
Want to keep running all your life?
If it's a war you want,
Keep coming.
The other said no. You cannot do these anymore.
I'm protecting this family no matter what.
See that? Yeah.
I know they hate.
Shadow Force, rated R, only theaters May 9th.
The views and subscribers, if you care and if you really put a time and attention in being thoughtful into how you're going to create the content. Now, if you're going to launch a YouTube podcast and you are a nobody and you don't have any credibility and you're just interviewing your friends, that may not do well. So you got to know what people want. You got to know the types of content. There is work involved. I've got to be thinking about who are the guests I'm going to have on. And sometimes guests that I have on that do really well on my audio platform don't do well on YouTube. YouTube is its own culture. Sometimes I'll have massive celebrities that no one cares about on YouTube, but they do really well on audio. And so it's kind of a dance. Each platform is different. You can't just say, okay, I'm going to make a piece of content. It's going to be perfect and everyone's going to love it on every platform. You got to be thinking platform specific with the content.
And for the person that's building up their brand, you've got to mentor a lot of different people that want to follow in your footsteps. What are the most common mistakes you see people with that intent do that ultimately maybe slows down their progress, hurts their progress, or maybe even takes them out of the game? You've been in this over a decade and some people have come and gone. What do you think the mistakes and the pitfalls are when it comes to building this up?
I think people focused on the money too early, like trying to sell something too early could be a pitfall because you can smell it really quickly if someone's just trying to sell. And I think a lot of those people have come and gone. And so I think of someone like an Alex Hormozy, who is a great example of not doing this. He just said, I'm going to come in here for the last 1.5, 2 years. I'm going to give all my best stuff away for free. And I'm going to think about how can I deliver it each video and spend the maximum on the video, time and money to make it better. He didn't say, how can, I think maybe in the first 6 months, he was like, okay, I'm just going to shoot videos and put it out there. But then he said, okay, how can I actually invest the maximum amount of time and money on this video, even if it loses me money, to make it great, to build brand, to build audience, and to build trust. And I think he's done it extremely well by, I can't remember what he said. I think he says it publicly, but it's like he's spending like 40 grand a month or something just on like video editing or something like that.
150 now.
It's probably more now. Yeah, this was like a year ago or something. It's paying on dividend. Now he's got money, so he can do that. So not everyone can do that from the jump. But he also wasn't selling anything for really a year or two, except for a book. And look at the results. So I just think about the results of that. Now, again, that's time, energy. It's a full-time gig, essentially, doing that, creating content. but he's gotten incredible results, and his last book sold probably like 1 million copies already. And he's able to really influence and impact people in a positive way with that. So I think selling too soon or being salesy is not going to help you. If you go to my Instagram, you don't see anything. My YouTube doesn't have anything where I sell anything. You know, it's a couple times a year. Hey, I've got my event, or I've got a book, and that's really it. And it's more if people want to learn more, how do you put them through opt in for your email for a one-on-one call if you're interested in this thing, as opposed to just buy. So I think if you're selling, you're not going to build an audience as fast, and you're going to burn people out. That'd be one mistake. I think just being really inauthentic is going to hurt you. I think people can smell it when you're not real, or when you're trying to be too perfect, or every word is trying to be like perfectly edited. I think that hurts you. Just people want more realness, and especially in a shorts culture, you know, when everything is shot on the iPhone, that does better and goes more viral when it's more authentic. I think they can smell it when, sure, make it look well produced, but you've got to be real. And I think that'll hurt you. So those would be the two things I would say. Just trying to make everything too perfect and trying to sell too much.
Coming up, I want to learn about the greatness mindset, and also about some quick tips from you. And I do want to shout out, of course, check out the show notes for all of Lewis's stuff. We'll come back to that later. But his newest book is already a New York Times bestseller, The Greatness Mindset. I can't wait to talk about that. But before we get there, you have learned to really be a great interviewer. What tips, what are maybe some early mistakes if you look back at your early interviews, and how have you improved? And what advice would you have for somebody that has any kind of interview show from your now over a decade of experience?
I think the biggest mistake would be not being prepared, like not getting like just simple details about the person's life, or about, you know, making sure you get the correct information on the latest and greatest, on all their past information. So you're not saying something that's wrong or that's inaccurate, making you look like you didn't do your research. So just trying to do the best you can to, hey, get the correct bio from the team, or look on their Wikipedia or whatever it might be. Just do some basic research. Are they married? Do they have kids? Like, when is their birthday? Just getting things, you know, just a little bit goes a long way in terms of being like, wow, I didn't know you realize we have this similar birthday, or we have this or that, you know, whatever it might be. That goes a long way. So not preparing to understand those details is a mistake. I would say just not listening is a mistake. A lot of people have a list of questions and they don't listen and follow up with like, oh, tell me more about that. That's interesting. They just go on to the next question. And it feels like an interview, not a conversation. So you want to make it feel more like a conversation in my mind, rather than here are my 10 questions, I'm just going to knock them off and not really listen or pay attention. People want to be heard and seen, and they want to feel like you care. Even if you don't, they want to feel like you care. And that means you've got to pay attention. So it's a skill set. How do I pay attention and listen, but also make sure I want to ask these other questions? And so you've got to dance within your own mind at sometimes, or prepare. And so I'm really reviewing the questions beforehand. And again, going back to the beginning of the conversation, I'm strategizing in my mind about what does my audience want on audio, as audio listeners, the experience for the first 3 to 5 minutes. What does it need to be? What do I need them to feel like they're getting to right away? What pain am I solving right away? What am I doing on YouTube? It's a different community. You know, over the last 3-4 years ago, I used to do a longer intro. Then I realized watch time dropped off. So now I go right into the first question. So I've got to be paying attention to data and analyzing user experience. So I do a quick intro, maybe a 15-second one, just to set context. I put context on the screen so people know who this person is. I add credibility because that will help them stay longer. Then I get right into what is the question that I know is going to be related to the thumbnail and the title. So we usually pick and choose the thumbnail and title, or what we think it's going to be beforehand. And then the question is related to that. So I answer the question of the title and thumbnail right away. And so I'm thinking and preparing and strategizing around kind of all these things. And so I review the questions, I'm reviewing kind of the notes, I'm doing my research, and then I've got to kind of set myself free and be willing to shift at any time. I like to have, a conversation before the interview with someone, whether I know them or I don't know them, to see what's really on their heart and mind. Because when someone feels like you care and you're listening to what matters to them most now, they're more likely to talk about it and be open about it. And that's where a lot of magic comes from. So I might completely shift where the conversation goes based on their energy and what's happening in their life in that moment. So all that together, if you can practice some of those things, that will support you. But just showing up with a list of questions and not listening and paying attention, I think is a mistake.
Have you ever felt really nervous going into one of your interviews?
Yeah. I still get nervous sometimes. Like yesterday, I had Rick Rubin on and I was nervous. And I was like, man, why am I nervous? I also hadn't done an interview in like a month because I was traveling to Japan. So I was kind of like, just, a little rusty, I guess. But I get, I love being around great people that have done great things in the world and people who have collaborated with great individuals. So here's a man who, worked with the Beastie Boys and who essentially discovered LL Cool J and then albums with Red Hot Chili Peppers, Lady Gaga, Eminem, Jay-Z, everyone. He's like Kanye West. He's like produced all these 9-time Emmy Award-winning, Grammy Award-winning producer, all these different things. So I'm like, wow, this guy for 4 decades has been at the highest level of his career. It's inspiring to me. So, I wasn't really nervous. I was more just like, I don't know him personally. And so how's he going to show up? Is he going to have good energy? Because when I don't know someone, a lot of times I know people or we've connected beforehand. This is the first time speaking to him. So I'm just like, I don't know. Is he going to be cool with me? Is he going to be guarded? It's just like getting to know someone for 5 minutes before you turn on the camera, how to get people to fully connect with you and open up. That is the goal, that someone feels vulnerable enough to open up, to share and reveal things that maybe they've never shared before. Because that makes it that's like a sporting event. You see something you have never seen before in a moment that you cannot capture anywhere else. It's this incredible flow, rush. It's like, wow, this just happened and I'm witnessing it 2 feet away from me. It's a beautiful thing when you're at a sporting event, when you're at a concert and you see a musician. It's like a spiritual experience when you witness something that is magical. And that can happen in a conversation where someone's like vulnerable. They open up, they share something they've never shared. They tell a story in a beautiful way where you're just like, wow, that was so cool. And I know it's going to help my audience. It's just whatever it might be. And sometimes you may have 3 minutes to do that before you start the conversation. I remember being nervous before Kobe Bryant, and I had 3 minutes before I had to turn the cameras on when I met him to say, how am I going to make this the best conversation I've ever had in my life with knowing a guy for 3 minutes? And it's just, you got to be prepared. You got to be ready and you got to be confident in yourself.
So what'd you do in those 3 minutes? How did you make that the best conversation of your life?
Well, I got there, an hour and a half early to set up so that I wasn't feeling rushed. His whole team beforehand was like, gave me a couple pieces of paper of all the questions that I can't ask, that I'm not allowed to ask. And I remember sitting there for an hour and a half before the interview. He was in the office. He was the first one in the office. The lights were off. He was there by himself, meditating in his office with the lights off. And then his assistant opened the door to let me in. This is like 6:30 a.m. or something in his office in Orange County. His assistant lets me in, turns the lights on. We walk through the office space because I'm looking to see where to set up the cameras. And we walk by his office. There's like big kind of glass windows in his office. We walk by it in a hallway, and I just see a shadow in the corner of the back of the office, and it's Kobe. And I go, as we walk back past it, I go, is that Kobe? And she's like, yeah. And I go, what's he doing here? She's like, he's always the first one here. I was like, what? This was after he retired. This was after he won an Oscar. Like, and he was crushing it. He was just launched a podcast called The Punies. So he was promoting this podcast. And she said, yeah, he's almost always the first one in here. And I go, this guy has nothing to prove. He's already got 5 NBA championships. He's got an Oscar. He's, you know, the greatest of all time, arguably, at the time, all this stuff. And she goes, yeah, and he was in the gym at 4:30 with his daughter this morning. I go, this is unbelievable. And so I was thinking, well, maybe he'll come out at some point and I can talk to him, but he didn't. So I just sat there 20 feet away. He couldn't see me. It was kind of like a wall. But I just sat there like anticipating, is he going to come out? Is he not going to come out? I don't know. I got to be ready. And as we get closer to the time, now more and more people are kind of coming in the office. There's another production company. Lil Wayne is there with a security and a production company, and the other side of the office setting up because he's interviewing him for something else right afterwards. His team is coming in. You know, there's commotion now. The lights are on. His publicists are there. They're telling me, hey, he's only got 20 minutes because he has to go to this. And then the next interview, it's a whole thing. The whole day is packed. Every minute is booked for him. And I'm just like here with my, you know, Tiffany, my videographer, and our couple little cameras on a tripod. And there's like this massive, you know, production happening in the other side of the office, HBO Sports or something like that. And I'm like, we're just like this little podcast, you know. And I go, Tiffany, you know, I'm mic'd up. I'm like, let's test everything, make sure everything's good. I'm mic'd up. I was like, just start rolling it right now, 10 minutes before. And when he gets out here, put the mic on him. As I'm shaking his hand, just put the mic on him so we can capture everything. And he gets out there 3 minutes before. So he walks out, he comes right up to me. He shakes my hand. And I knew beforehand, I said, these few moments is going to determine the quality of the entire interview. What happens in these 3 minutes before this conversation? And so I just said to myself, I need to connect with him on a human level. That's all that matters right now. You know, he's got so much going on today. I just need to connect with him one-on-one. And luckily as an athlete, I can do that with other athletes pretty easily. But I was like, what's going to make Kobe feel comfortable with some kid from Ohio that he has no clue who I am? I said to him right away, when I first met him, I just said, hey, Kobe, thanks for doing this. I just wanted to say, I acknowledge you because I've got some Olympic friends who said that their greatest part of their Olympic experience was meeting you, taking a photo with you, and having you come and support them at a lot of the games. They just said that was like some of the most fun moments that they got to experience during their whole Olympics. And he goes, man, the Olympics are amazing. It's like, this was my favorite time. Like, I love it. I love representing the country, all these things. So he opened his heart and started talking about something he was passionate about. And I said, you know, I actually play with the national team for a sport called team handball with the USA team. And I started speaking about it. He cuts me off and he goes, wait a minute, you play handball? And I go, yeah. People don't really know what it is. Here in the USA, he goes, I know exactly handball. I played handball. In Italy growing up. I love handball. It's like, I wish America was bigger in it. Like, I can't believe you play handball. That's the coolest thing ever. And I go, I know, I love it. It's so cool. And then I just said, he goes, man, that's so awesome. I loved playing it, you know, growing up in Italy. And then I just said, and now we're like sitting down and like, you know, sitting here, getting ready, all this stuff. And then I said, you know, we've got some mutual friends in common who've just said some amazing things about you as well. And his publicist was like, oh, who do you know in common? And I said, you know, I just had Novak Djokovic on recently, and he was just singing your praises. And he goes, Novak that is my brother. He is like the best human being, and what a competitor. Like, man, his spirit, everything. So those three things within like literally 2.5 minutes, you know, is happening as we're like shaking hands and miking him up and sitting down and like getting situated. Then I have these pieces of paper from the publicist in my hand. Then I have my iPad and my notes, or my iPhone. I can't remember what I had there, but I had, you know, my notes and then these pages from the publicist. And I said, I know we're short on time. You got a busy day. I know we got 20 minutes. And I've got this list of questions that your team told me we can't talk about. But is there anything else that's off limits for you besides this before we get started? And he just grabs my knee and he looks at me and he says, ask me anything you want and take as long as you need. And I'm getting chills just thinking about it, because it was just like, oh, wow. But that 3 minutes made the difference. You know, I think it eventually went like 40, 45 minutes. Their team was like, you know, telling me to cut it off the whole time, but he just kept rolling with it. So I was getting the most I could. And he opened up about things he never opened up before. And it spread viral all over the place because he was talking about family and relationships and love and things that he wasn't talking about in other interviews. So again, being prepared, thinking about him and what's on his heart and mind, speaking into that, not just going off like just a list of questions, really connecting with him human to human. It didn't guarantee it would be a great episode, but it set it up for a better episode.
That is such enriching advice that can help us all improve and get better. And I know for anybody that has an interview show, they've got a list of dream guests. Some guests, of course, feel out of reach, you know, not to categorize, but you think of this idea of A-list, B-list, C-list, just different guests that are reachable. You've definitely had A-list, like A1 celebrities on your podcast. What advice do you have for reaching out to hard to reach guests, building your way up? For maybe someone's intimidated, you got to get your numbers up. Size, I'm sure it has to be practical because people have to have a decision-making framework for the use of their time and what shows they go on. But you've been doing this so long. What are some maybe unknown ways that people could do a better job of reaching out to people they respect and love and would love to have on? Maybe if they're, you know, mid-sized or as they grow.
A few things that come to mind is one is like, make sure your personal brand is something that you're proud of, that you could think like, if this person saw my social media accounts, they would think, you know, it's worth meeting or giving time to. Like, is it high quality? Does it look well? Does it, you know, design well? You know, I see everything. I see everything and everyone. I'm constantly researching. I'm constantly aware of what's happening, what's taking off, who's getting started. I'm kind of obsessed with it, like, because I want to know who's going to pop off. I want to know who's big that I know is going to be inspiring for people to hear from, but who's also unknown. But I see they're going to be massive in the next 1 to 2 years. I remember meeting Jay Shetty when he had 100,000 fans. He had no Instagram. He had 100,000 fans on Facebook. And I met him 6 years ago. When I met him, I was just like, this guy's going to be massive. And I was like, let's be friends, man. You like anything you need, just let me know. Like I'm here to support you. And he just blew up, you know, over the next few years. There's a number of people that I've met that have had very small followings that are just like, they got it. There's something they have around their content, around their energy, around their way of being, that all they have to do is be consistent. That's it. If they're being consistent, their energy, their authenticity is going to impact millions. And so I'm always looking for expertise, credibility, and you can smell it in a second just by looking at someone's content, if they have it or not, or if they need more work. And so I'm thinking about that in terms of making sure your personal brand or the content, even if you only have a few pieces of content, make sure it's great. Jay had 4 videos when I met him. That's all he had on his Facebook page, 4 videos, but they were all exceptional. And I was like, oh, wow, he gets it. He gets it. Storytelling, content. All he has to do is just create more and be consistent, and it's gonna take off. And some people either get it or they don't. And so make sure your personal brand looks good and looks credible. And there's a lot of people, all you have to do is click on one post, and I can tell if you're doing something shady or not. All I have to do is one post, and I can see, oh, so make sure you don't do shady stuff around, you know, likes and comments and I can just smell it. There's a certain, I don't know, types of people and accounts that I'm just like, no, it's just not credible. I just can't have them on. And I get pitched all the time. So I'm always checking out people's profiles to see what's going on and just make sure it's all in integrity and in alignment.
The Greatness Mindset. Your new book, New York Times bestseller already. One of the quotes in it is, so many great people live lives absent of greatness because they live by default and not by design. We want definitely, this is a great book to pick up, and we could all, with improved mindset, improve what we're doing in our life and our YouTube channel. But break down a nugget or two, maybe from the entrepreneur, content creator side of things, about how important mindset is and not just learning the tactics.
Yeah, I'll break down everything on one page in the book, page 201, if someone ever gets it. There's kind of a graph here. I don't know if you can see it here, but this whole graph kind of explains the direction of your life and living a life by design, not by default. I think I was having a conversation with a creator, I don't know, a month ago, who has been blowing up. She's probably, I don't know, she was in school a few years ago. She started making content in college, and then she's kind of blowing up, and she's making great money, probably 7 figures this year, as a content creator, doing sponsorship deals, things like that. And she asked me to jump on a call with her to do some, kind of give her a strategy session. And she just didn't know exactly where she wanted to go, right? She's just kind of, stuff's working, she's making money, she keeps making more content, but it's kind of getting overwhelming. And it didn't happen by accident, but it started happening really quickly for her. And so she just kept saying yes to the next opportunity, right? And now I'm like, you got to design and get clear on your vision. I go, in one sentence, what are you about? What is your mission? She's like, well, I just want to help young girls, and I kind of want to do this, and I want to do, and I'm like, well, I'm not clear on what you want still. So in one sentence, get clear on that. Take a week or two and think about what you really want over the next few years. It doesn't have to be for the rest of your life, but over the next couple of years, what do you want? One sentence. I told you in the beginning, my mission is to impact and serve 100 million lives every single week to help them improve the quality of their life. That's my mission. For now, it may evolve and change. And then you can go down and say, well, how am I going to do that? Well, I'm going to do that through using media, because media right now is the way to do that. Video, audio, written content. That's the way for me that's the mechanism to reaching that amount of people. Now, then you ask, why do I want to do that? Well, for me personally, at this season of my life, I feel like I want to maximize the most of my talents and gifts and time to impact people, to be of service. I feel I'm here for a reason. I feel God, the universe put me here for a reason at this time in the world. I feel like I have all my pain from the past and challenges for a reason, and I've learned things for a reason, and I want to maximize it because it's going to make me feel good, and I feel like that's what I'm supposed to do right now. Maybe in 5 years I won't, but that's why I'm doing it right now, because I feel like I have a responsibility, I have an opportunity, and it brings me a lot of fulfillment and joy serving. And so that for me answers my mission, how, and why. But we don't know those things. We're just going to be kind of more aimless, and it's going to be by default, not by design. And it doesn't mean we can't have a good life. I just feel like you're always going to be asking questions. Where am I heading? Why am I doing this? How am I going to do it? So on this page, for the last 10 years, I did so much research with 10 years of content, 1,500 episodes with some of the top minds in the world from all areas of life. And there's really 6 things that keep us feeling limited or less than our ultimate potential or our highest self. And 6 things that will support us if we do them, that will serve us at the highest level, maximize our potential. And the 6 things that keep us in a powerless or limited mindset is lacking a meaningful mission. Again, not having clarity on what a meaningful mission is for us. When we don't have that, we don't know the direction, we don't know fully why. And so it's just answering those questions. And it may take some discovery, trial, error, like figuring things out. You may not know what it is right away. It may take some time. But lacking a meaningful mission is going to make you feel powerless or limited in your abilities. Second thing is being controlled by fear. there's three main fears that cause us to doubt ourselves: the fear of failure, the fear of success, and the fear of people's opinions. As a content creator, Sean, I'm sure a lot of people that you talk to are creators are afraid of the comment section on what people think and say about their content. I was talking with Rick Rubin yesterday, and I said, do you ever get fearful around people's opinions when you put something out, or when you're working with Adele or Eminem or Jay-Z and you put something out of theirs? Do you ever feel fearful of the criticism? He said, no, because my goal is to make the best piece of art for the artist, not for the consumers. Because if we make something for others and we're not proud of it, then it's kind of a failure for us. If we make something great for us, and hopefully others like it, great. If they don't, at least you're proud of what you're created for you. And so learning to go beyond the ego and the fear mind of what are people going to think about me? Yes, I understand we need to make a living. We need to progress and perform in certain areas, but it's learning how to sit with things not always being perfect and not being fearful by that. So when we're controlled by fear, we feel limited. The third thing is being crippled by self-doubt. Again, fear and self-doubt go hand in hand. When we have self-doubt, I think self-doubt is the biggest killer of our dreams. When we doubt ourselves, it doesn't matter how much schooling, how much education, how much talent we have, it will hold us back when we doubt. And I played against so many athletes in sports where guys were way more talented than me, more athletic. But when the game was on the line, they lacked the confidence for whatever reason. And I was able to perform in certain areas, even when I wasn't as talented, because I had belief. I had confidence in me. So we got to learn how to develop that skill. The fourth thing is, and most mindset books don't talk about this. And as entrepreneurs, I don't think they don't talk about this that much. The thing that keeps us limited is when we conceal past pains. Now, I'm not saying we need to open our wounds for the world to see them, but when we conceal them to ourselves and we don't allow ourselves to process and heal certain pains of the past, when we're running from them, when we're hiding them, whatever it might be, it's going to make us feel limited and powerless. That pain has power over us because we cannot speak about it. So we need to feel more comfortable about speaking about these things that have harmed us in the past. The fifth thing is being defined by the opinions of others. Again, we talked about this, but when we allow others to define us, their opinions, man, we're just going to live a limited, powerless life. And the sixth thing is when we drift towards complacency. I think, I could easily just do the same thing every day and say, you know what, I've done really well so far. I'm making money. I'm making an impact. But it's not going to make me feel inspired by doing the same thing if I'm not finding ways to grow and improve. So drifting towards complacency keeps us limited and powerless. And the greatness mindset is kind of the inverse of all those. And I'll just say them quickly, driven by a meaningful mission. I shared with you mine. I'm very clear what my meaningful mission is. It doesn't mean I don't have stress and challenges and problems. It just means at least I have a direction. And that gives me guidance on how to overcome them. And it gives me guidance on how to make decisions. I make decisions based on a mission, not based on my feelings. And that helps me stay on track. Second thing, turning fears into confidence. The best way to overcome your fear is to go all in on the fear until the fear disappears. It took me a year to overcome the fear of public speaking. I didn't do it by thinking about it. I did it by acting on it every single week, embarrassing myself, sweating, humiliating myself, and feeling the embarrassment until I realized I'm still alive, I'm okay, I can get through this, and I'm improving and getting better. And that was the best part. Overcoming self-doubt. Again, when we learn to build belief in self through doing challenging things every day, by being our word and being in integrity every day, we will build confidence in self. All we got to do is keep doing that consistently, and you'll build an incredible stack of belief in self over time. Fourth thing is healing past pains. This is like everyone's on their own journey about this, but I love doing different therapies that support me in processing, acting on, and then integrating the healing journey. I don't care if you work with a priest, a spiritual leader, a therapist, it doesn't matter to me. do what works for you to help you heal the wounds, the emotional and psychological wounds of our past. We all have them in different ways. Even if you had a great childhood, you still have something that maybe is holding you back. Allow yourself to process, heal, integrate the lessons so you can move on and not be held back by the past pains. Creating a healthy identity, I think a lot of people, when I talk to them, they struggle with this by creating a healthy identity. Tony Robbins talks about identity a lot. It's kind of the core foundation. If we think we are not enough, we're constantly going to feel not enough, and we're going to act in not enoughness. So we need to think in ways of, I am lovable, I am enough, and we need to build that within ourselves, build the identity within ourselves and in our environment so that we have the confidence to overcome the fears and the challenges that come our way. And then taking action with a game plan. I don't know about you, Sean. How many people do you know who said, I've wanted to create a YouTube channel for 5 years, but I haven't been able to start it? Or I've been thinking about this concept for a book for 10 years. If I had a nickel for every time someone said, I've wanted to write a book for 10 years, I'll be a millionaire. Because so many people want, and they think about this, and this idea just rots in their mind and their soul every year that they waste not working on it. When their soul is telling them, create this, and they don't do it, they lose confidence. We build confidence and belief by the actions. Rick Rubin said this yesterday, the producer. He's like, you've got to act and create it. It may be crap from multiple takes of making the music, the song, but that's where inspiration comes from, through action, not by just thinking and analyzing. So we've got to take action with the game plan. So when you can do those 6 things, you step more into the greatness mindset versus a powerless mindset.
It was so generous of you. That's a mini masterclass, and you broke down the entire framework. And I highly recommend, of course, grab the whole book so you can master and learn to avoid the first 6 and really step into the greatness mindset. As we land the plane, this is kind of a lightning round. It's called repeat after me. I say the beginning of the sentence. You just finish the sentence. Lewis, as we land the plane, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, so I'll say the sentence. You say it again because it's repeat after me. And one thing I do every morning that sets me up for success that day is?
One thing I do every morning that sets me up for success that day is kiss my fiance.
Yeah. If I was starting a YouTube channel from scratch, the first thing I would do is?
If I was starting a YouTube channel from scratch, the first thing I would do is hire Sean.
Yes. One book that has changed my life is?
One book that has changed my life is Conversations with God.
One thing business owners should focus on to increase revenue is?
One thing business owners should focus on to increase revenue is having a high ticket offering and selling that offering, or hiring a sales professional to sell that offering for them.
One unusual daily ritual that contributes to my productivity is?
One unusual daily ritual that supports my productivity is playing, goofing off, dancing, jumping around, doing anything I can to play.
One of my favorite pieces of advice after interviewing some of the world's top performers is?
One of my favorite pieces of advice after interviewing some of the top performers is to learn how to fully love and accept yourself while also continuing to improve on yourself.
Who told you that?
Kind of like the general consensus of like what I hear, you know?
Finally, if you want to make 2024 better than 2023, make sure to focus on.
If you want to make 2024 better than 2023, make sure to obsess on your health. All areas of your health. Make this the year that you say, I'm going to become the healthiest person in the world. Not just the healthiest person I've ever become, but the healthiest person in the world. And what would that person do? How would they think? How would they move? What would they eat? How would they measure the data and the analysis of their blood work? How would they get all the information, the support, and the coaching they could to optimize their health? Where would they schedule their time differently to make sure they were focused on their health? I just truly believe that the quality of the world and our relationships is going to be dependent on how well each individual takes care of their health, takes full ownership and responsibility of their thinking, their emotions, and their physical body, also their spiritual health, and just putting that all together. Because when you can take responsibility for your life and put less burden on the government, the system, your community, your family, your partner, and take responsibility for your life, it will make your relationships better. You'll have more confidence. You'll have more belief in self. You'll be able to take on more challenging things. You'll have thicker skin when adversity hits you because you'll be doing something that is challenging daily, and you'll be proud of yourself for the process. I wouldn't focus on the results of like where you want to be, but focus on what can I do daily to be the healthiest version of me. You don't need to, cut out everything in your life and just live a life of suffering to do this. I think you still enjoy some of the richness of life and things, but really be thinking about, if I was going to be the healthiest person in the world, what could I do while still having a lot of fun and loving myself fully.
Louis, you've been incredibly generous with over 80 minutes of value for our community. And I also want to acknowledge you. You made a profound impact in my life. Years ago, I came out with John Mediana and my wife, Sonia, went to like your condo and you were on our channel, Video Influencers. But I'll never forget when Shalene and Brett Johnson hosted Drew Canoli from Organifi and you and so many others. We were on a chairlift together snowboarding, and you were kind of coaching me about hiring and building out a team when we were just super early. I was super overwhelmed as a startup entrepreneur, and to have you, now talking years later and to think about the impact we're making here at Think Media, your influence, the value, the love you add into the world, the style that you do it, so classy and thoughtful, integrity. And so really, really grateful for you. And thank you so much for taking the time. You have a packed schedule and it means the world to the Think Media community. Of course, we're going to link everything up, but please shout out anything that's going on, any way that people can check out what you're doing. And we will have detailed show notes so people can take action and benefit.
I mean, check out the YouTube channel, just YouTube/Lewis Howes, and check out The Greatness Mindset, the book.
Yeah, pick up the book. It's in the show notes. 2024 can be your best year if you apply the greatness mindset. Thank you so much, Lewis.
Let's go.
Excuse me.
You are starting a YouTube channel in 2025. What are the first 3 practical steps you would do to launch your channel?
Your channel name, your branding, your content should clearly communicate what you're about. You want to make it easy for viewers to understand your value proposition. If you want to start a YouTube channel right now, there's some kind of new challenges, but I also think there's some new opportunities.
Who is not going to make it on YouTube in 2025?
You're not going to make it if you spend more time consuming than creating. If all you're doing is scrolling and not posting new content and improving it, you're not going to make it. There's more things to do and watch and pursue than ever before in 2025. It's all complexity, it's all distraction, and you're causing yourself decision fatigue. One thing that is super fascinating is YouTube is really promoting small and new channels. The creator economy is massive. Yahoo Finance said it's the fastest growing segment of small business, which is exciting, but a lot of people want to get in on it. If you want to to start a YouTube channel right now, there's some kind of new challenges, but I also think there's some new opportunities. Challenges. Competition is fierce. The creator economy is massive. Yahoo Finance said it's the fastest growing segment of small business, which is exciting, but a lot of people want to get in on it. And so you have to be aware that there is legit competition and you got to find a way to create an edge, be different. I think also the barrier to entry is lower than ever before. So camera cost is coming down. People are just using their smartphones. There's incredible software tools. Some of the challenges and opportunities are kind of overlapped because there's AI tools that make it faster and easier to come up with ideas and outline videos. So in one sense, you have to realize that everyone has access to these tools. I don't mean the fanciest camera, but anybody can jump on Gemini or ChatGPT or get tools like vidIQ and start getting like powerful insights to make videos. So you just got to realize, I think in 2025, more rigor, more discipline, there was maybe more people getting lucky, and that still happens years ago, but now it's those that are being much more intentional and focused and strategic. But let's also talk about opportunities. One thing that is super fascinating is YouTube is really promoting small and new channels. You can see this, that in a lot of people's home feeds, on a lot of people that are surfing around YouTube, they'll see a big creator, a video with hundreds of thousands of views, millions of views, and then you'll see a creator in your feed that has less than 100 subscribers. One of their videos has 76 views. Small channels are getting promotion placement all across YouTube. YouTube confirms this. When we serve our audience, the majority is like, yeah, I'm seeing small channels recommended to me all of the time. And so that is an opportunity. I think it's still the best algorithm, the best platform to start a new channel and get discovered, especially if you approach it in a strategic way like we can talk about. I think that also one of the big opportunities is YouTube is being intentional. Like there's this new feature called Hype, where people will be able to kind of give a video like a super like, and they can only give 2 hypes a week. But for channels between 500 subscribers, so if you're starting from scratch, you don't have it immediately. But between 500 subscribers and 500,000 subscribers, they can be hyped, and there's going to be a new hype leaderboard. I think if anything, that just shows that YouTube is constantly trying to create a platform and an algorithm that allows new people to get into the game and win. So I think it's about facing the challenges, but it's also realizing right now is a great time to start. It's not too late to start. And if you have a strategic approach and rigor, then future is bright.
What is one characteristic trait you need to succeed on YouTube?
Yeah, I mean, we could probably talk about a couple, but if I had to pick one, I think it'd be courage. We get to help so many creators through our channels and our podcasts and our programs. And one of the consistent things we will see is that people start getting the idea of starting a YouTube channel. They start watching content like this. They start learning. This is a really good phase to be in. And for sometimes that phase might be months, even years for some people. But here's what I've learned. Like in order to succeed on YouTube, you actually have to upload videos to YouTube. It's pretty profound, right? Obviously. Wow. But I mean, it's like the courage is like you actually have to like punch fear in the face, punch perfectionism in the face, and press record. You have to get uncomfortable. You have to get that momentum going. This comes easier for others that are maybe naturally like, let me just go for it. But a lot of times we just sit on the sidelines and we get stuck. We get stuck in overthinking. We get stuck in overanalysis. We get stuck in various aspects of fear and anxiety. We just get stuck in this belief that I have to be ready, when ultimately ready is a lie. You have to start before you feel ready. You know, there's this great quote that says, you don't have to see the whole staircase to take the first step. And so sometimes, you know, if we analyze the competition and the challenges, that's one reason why we might cower in fear on the sidelines. But of course, it's not only starting on YouTube, but succeeding on YouTube is going to just take action. You're just going to have to take action. You're going to have to press record. You cannot steer a parked car. So I think courage is one of the major just traits that you've got to have. You got to step out there and get uncomfortable.
What about the creator? We see the comments all the time. I have 200 subs and I've hit a plateau. I need help. What do I do? So they've taken the characteristic trait of taking on courage, but they're stuck. So heading into 2025, maybe they already have a YouTube channel. What direction should they head? What can help them ascend past the plateau?
That's a great question, because we're probably getting to talk to some new people in this podcast, maybe some people that have been rolling with this at Think Media for months or even years. And we talk about have courage, punch fear in the face and press record and start before you're ready. So if you already have 200 subscribers, you have some videos posted, you've done that. But then there's this other side of kind of the same coin, which now that you have started, you cannot steer a parked car. Well, cool, it's moving. Now, I think it's about refining. Now, it's about strategy. So now it's about, okay, great. And I love just starting messy and posting videos and not overthinking your niche and all of, your approach, because a lot of that's just practice. It's like just getting out there, just getting used to it, getting uncomfortable. It's way more about the personal development and how posting content changes you than it is even about the views you're getting. It's a lot more about what you're learning. So now I think it's about sitting down and refining your strategy. And I would say, start making a plan. Take a few steps back, maybe even stop posting for a second. One of my mentors says, sometimes you got to slow down to speed up. And sometimes we might start our channel, maybe you've been stuck at 200 subscribers for a while, but you've been posting pretty consistently for months or even years. If you're not seeing any measurable growth, hit the pause button, not on working on your channel, but on potentially posting content. Take a step back. Am I creating the right format of content for my channel? Should I still be doing talking head? Should I be doing a video podcast? Have I been doing a video podcast like this and it's not resonating? If you've been doing it a long time, it's not working. Maybe it's time to start doing video essays. Maybe instead of trying to post multiple times a week, you actually start posting once a month. Sounds crazy, but it's a different way of thinking. And video essays, for example, maybe deeper dive videos. This could sound overwhelming, but almost like mini documentaries, some massive opportunity on YouTube. Just more research, more study, gather footage. You're maybe doing a voiceover, you're doing more editing, but you really find great topics and you're making, kind of more rich videos about them as far as like just quick, as opposed to just quick talking head videos. So sit down and make a plan. Could I approach this different? Could my strategy be different? And sometimes if we've been doing YouTube for a while and we're not getting results, we can fall into what's called sunk cost fallacy. And what that is it's actually the phenomenon where a person is reluctant to abandon a strategy or a course of action because they've already invested heavily in it, even when it's clear that abandonment would be beneficial. And so sometimes if we've posted a bunch of videos in a particular direction, we've put so much energy into a particular direction. And you're hearing me say like, Sean, start a whole different channel. You think, well, no, I've put so much into this, I can't even imagine. And we sort of get stuck into something that's not working. YouTube works if you work it right, but it might take a pivot of strategy. And that's what I would encourage people.
I want your honest answer. Who is not going to make it on YouTube in 2025?
I think that the people that aren't going to make it on YouTube in 2025 are people that spend more time complaining than creating. You're not going to make it if you spend more time consuming than creating. And consuming is a good thing if you're consuming educational content and applying it. But if all you're doing is scrolling and not posting new content and improving it, you're not going to make it. I think those with a fixed mindset are not going to make it on YouTube in 2025. So what's the difference between a fixed mindset and a growth mindset? A fixed mindset essentially is someone who feels like the future is inevitable, they can't learn new things, they can't develop, and they can't grow. A growth mindset believes everything is figure-outable, but I might need to be willing to let go of old beliefs, old strategies, and I need to be able to embrace change. We touched on this just a second ago with the sunk cost fallacy. Those with sunk cost fallacy that stay in it have a fixed mindset. They're just fixed, like YouTube success for me has to be this strategy with this channel, with this brand, and this is the thing that I want to do, and I'm just going to keep doing it until it works. No, you may need to strategically quit that approach. And a growth mindset believes future is bright, Everything is figure outable. There's massive opportunity on YouTube, and there's massive opportunity for me if I don't quit. But I gotta just be willing to maybe get hard feedback, face the facts, face the numbers, face the comments, face the data that YouTube is giving me, and then continue to adjust and pivot until I start finding things that work. And so I also think that in 2025, even some, not just new creators, but some successful creators, I think actually those that are not resilient are not going to make it. I think that we are seeing incredible growth of the platform, but also a lot more dispersion of views. A lot of people's views are down. People are still having success, but it's not what it once used to be in terms of their overall views on their channel. So what that can sometimes require is an added level of resilience. Like if you get used to things, like it's kind of like the economy. If you get used to things when interest rates were almost at zero, it was easier to buy a house, easier to get a loan, easier to start a business. And in financial terms, they say the cost of money was cheaper to get a loan. And it affected the whole economy. The whole economy is stimulated, obviously, when interest rates are lower. And then as the Fed raises interest rates, there's just more pain. And then there's more bankruptcies and there's more, bank failures. So you would call this the difference between like really growth expansion times and recession times. Well, recession is always one of the biggest opportunities of all for people that are creative, people that are resilient. But resilience means you can weather the storm. I think in 2025, the creators that are going to make it are those that are smart with their money. They keep costs low. They realize that there's no reason you can't succeed on YouTube with a lot more hustle than like the right gear or equipment. I think also, finally, that those that are going to not make it in 2025 are those who chase too many projects and chase too many things and get distracted. There's more things to do and watch and pursue than ever before in 2025. There's a million AI tools you could try to use. There's a million platforms you could try to be on. There's so many different strategies you could try to do. There's so many different people you could watch. Like you could just, if you're following, you might be watching too many shows, too many podcasts. You're watching too many YouTube education channels, and you're trying to use too many tools. And it's all complexity, it's all distraction, and you're causing yourself decision fatigue. I think that those that are going to get an edge are those who actually simplify things a little bit. Get a napkin plan. There's something about having a business plan, but if it's 26 pages and you don't even remember what it is, what's like my simple plan? What are the simple tools I'm going to use to accomplish that plan? My phone, my laptop, like what? And what's my simple strategy that I'm finding? And I think if you shut out distractions and cut out the noise, a lot of the distraction and noise is sidelining creators and really truncating their productivity and affecting their mental health as well. So I think protecting your focus, being willing to put in, this is what I mean by resilience. I talked actually to my loan officer to refinance as rates dropped a little bit. And I said, how are things going? And he said, well, I'm doing twice the amount of work for half the money. I talked to Cody Sanchez, and we have a replay of that episode out, or it will be coming out on the Think Media podcast. And I said, she's invested in 50 businesses. I said, how's it going for your businesses right now? She said, they're actually all doing pretty well, but everyone's working about twice as hard just to get the same results they're getting. That's resilience. So if views are down a little bit at the conclusion is like YouTube is dying. No, it's not. Oh, like YouTube's on the decline. No, it's not. There's just more stuff to watch. Not even just YouTube. There's more. There's YouTube TV. There's Hulu. There's Netflix. There's just more places to have your attention. So resilience is I'm willing to work twice as hard for half the views. And I'm willing to strategize how off of half the views I can pay my bills. All of the above is possible. So for the resilient, there are great spoils waiting on the other side of persevering through this year.
Would you like a free copy of the #1 best-selling book for growing a successful YouTube channel? If you want to get a copy of the new and expanded second edition of YouTube Secrets, just go to ytsecrets.com. And if you'll cover shipping and handling, I would love to send you this book for free. And the cool thing is when you place your order, you're also going to get access to some bonus resources like our 1,000 subscribers club, our 7 C's framework
framework, our perfect video recipe framework, as well as some bonus videos that will help you get results on YouTube faster. So to get your copy, just go to ytsecrets.com or click the link in the podcast show notes.
Going into 2025, there's going to be a lot of creators who are working full-time, have families, like you're saying, lots of other things going on aside from creating content. For the person who is starting a YouTube channel in 2025 with a plethora of other things on the sidelines, what's the first thing they should prioritize with their YouTube channel?
I think if I'm starting a channel with lots of stuff on the side, the first thing I would prioritize is doing a time audit. How much time do you really have for this? Like, of course, you can just kind of randomly, like, oh, I've got a free afternoon, let me shoot one video, but that's not going to be sustainable. So either do this by yourself or do it with your loved ones and anybody that, you know, is involved in the key decisions in your life and say, okay, what's my week look like? Where can I find a little bit of margin and some time to set aside for YouTube? We have a resource, it's called the 5-hour YouTube work week. And so it really just talks about how you could very much start a successful, growing, part-time, eventually income-earning YouTube channel while you're juggling other responsibilities.